Chapter 6:03. 3 days passed by quickly. The statue was completed, and the temple was almost complete. The construction speed of the celestial world was far faster than that of mortals. Including the Holy Land's king, the people went to the temple to pay their respects. For a while, the divine king's temple was full of people, but no one dared to make a ruckus. No disrespect could exist in the face of a mighty god monarch, even if the divine king was very benevolent. The entire city lined up in front of the temple, all the way to the street outside. These people had pious gazes, praying for the divine king's protection. Some true gods were also among them. They prayed for the divine king to enlighten them and increase their strength. Great God King, your pious and humble believer prays to you. May you bless the Holy Land and make it more prosperous, so that your servants can serve you forever. The king took the lead and kowtowed to the divine king. Jiang Changkong sat in the divine king hall, watching everything through the array. Beside him were Baixiang and the other gods, a total of 24. The altar appeared beside him, and several weak threads of faith floated. There was also some light of faith floating in the altar. He had just become the divine nation's faith for 3 days, so it was good enough to have faith power. It was almost impossible to condense faith crystals, unless one was like Baixiang, who had presided over the place for thousands of years, and the country was used to this god. Only with dense faith power could they form law crystals. If the time was too short, he could only use strong medicine. Boom! The entire sky above the Holy Land surged, and golden light shone. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. A golden rain covered the entire sky above the Holy Land. It was basically the same in the surrounding 5 countries. He had sent his clones over. This little trick was no problem fooling mortals. As for the golden rain, he merged a 5th grade recovery pill left by the elder lord into it. When he ate it, Baixiang was envious. As the golden rain fell, some injured people instantly recovered. Some people with internal injuries had also recovered their health. Those who were once paralyzed recovered. Those who were not injured were even stronger. Thank you, Divine King, for your blessing. Excited shouts resounded throughout the Holy Land. The faith in the god altar suddenly increased significantly, and the heavenly Tao fragment in his body vibrated even more intensely. An auspicious and peaceful aura spread out and gradually spread to the entire Holy Land, including the other 5 vassal states. The threads of faith in the altar suddenly grew brighter and firmer. These faiths were about the same, but Jiang Changkong would only choose 3. As for the other 5 vassal states, they would each choose 3. Buzz! As he moved the 3 threads of faith, a formless energy lifted the 3 of them out of the city. He really is immortal. Jiang Changkong was speechless. These 3 mortals were his most devout believers. Perhaps the king had seen too many gods and had developed a resistance. Among the 3 mortals, there was an old woman, a young man, and a young girl. Jiang Changkong's voice could be heard. You are honored. This god is watching over you. Sir God King, the 3 of them shouted excitedly. The old woman's eyes were brimming with tears. He had caught the eye of the God King, the supreme God King of the Holy Land. Today, this god will personally crown all of you and help you ascend to the god altar. Jiang Changkong's voice resounded throughout the 6 nations like a majestic heavenly voice, ringing in everyone's ears. Boom! The heavenly Tao fragment that had been vibrating released a ray of golden light, and information flowed into Jiang Changkong's mind. The auspicious and peaceful energy spread out with Jiang Changkong as the center. The excited hearts of the devout believers in the 6 nations calmed down. Their hearts were at peace, as if they had returned to the embrace of their parents. The warm energy entered their bodies, causing their physiques to change. The wrinkles on their old faces disappeared, and their skin regained its elasticity. Even the old heavenly god, who did not pay attention to his image, regained his youthful appearance under the influence of the invisible energy. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't the God King's blessing over? What was going on now? My wish is that those who live in the Holy Land will not age, die, or perish. No worries, no killing, and no death. All living beings in the Holy Land will enjoy eternal peace. My wish is that all living beings in the Holy Land can become gods, and all living beings can achieve the Tao. My wish is that the Holy Land will have no calamities, no tribulations, no diseases, no pain, and no tribulations. The heavenly voice resounded throughout the 6 nations. A huge projection appeared in the sky above the 6 nations. A peaceful aura and an eternal and inextinguishable demonic energy were emitted from the huge projection. All living beings, be it humans, monsters, or even grass, trees, bamboo, or rocks, were staring at that figure. It was mysterious, supreme, like the ruler of all living beings. The heavenly Tao had been revived. Unlike the other heavenly Tao fragments, the heavenly court, or the divine court, this was a pure heavenly Tao of the Holy Land. The Holy Land, created by the heavenly God, was an eternal paradise. Flowers bloomed on the ground. Immortal herbs grew vigorously, and immortal stone mines shone brightly. Their quality was improving. This was the power of the heavens. The projection of the power of the heavens appeared in the sky above the 6 nations. Above the immortal formation, the Holy Land was formed. Immortal herbs, flowers, mountains of immortal stones. Unfortunately, they were all fake. The palaces appeared, including the Tao Enlightenment Palace, Tao Tone Palace, Tao Arts Palace, and Heaven Tao Palace. All kinds of immortal scriptures appeared in the palaces. But the strongest one was only a peak immortal emperor. The God bestowment continued. The huge projection said, I bestow upon you the heavenly God position in the Holy Land. You shall not age, die, and perish forever with the Holy Land. You shall serve the sacred ruler. 3 special seals appeared out of nowhere and entered the 3's bodies. Their auras changed and grew stronger. They had gone from ordinary people to martial gods in the blink of an eye. That was not the end. They continued to break through after becoming human gods. Bai Xiang and the others were dumbfounded. How big was their sacred ruler? They thought it would be great if they could become martial gods, but it seemed like that was not the case. Jiang Chongkong seemed calm, but he was utterly dumbfounded on the inside. It's not me. The heavenly Tao is using him to achieve the God bestowment. They had only wanted to reach the martial God realm, but that was not the point. However, now that the heavenly Tao was in charge of the God bestowment, he had to admit that he was no match for the awakened heavenly Tao fragment. Fortunately, the reward for awakening the heavenly Tao was huge. His power of the heavens was increasing rapidly, and his mind, energy, and spirit were rising rapidly. He could bestow the heavenly Tao fragment however he wanted, as long as it did not surpass him. To surpass him, he would have to bestow a late-stage immortal king. A mid-stage immortal king was not enough. Boom! Finally, the heavenly Tao bestowment was completed. Powerful auras emanated from the 3's bodies. Divine Monarch, Peak True God, Bai Xiang, and the others felt a huge blow. What the hell, a divine monarch? Among the 3 believers, the young girl became an early-stage divine monarch, while the other 2 became peak true gods. Bai Xiang could not take it anymore. He had cultivated for countless years and spent 1,000 years guarding the place, yet he was only an early-stage divine monarch. Meanwhile, their sacred ruler had casually bestowed an early-stage divine monarch. Chapter 604. The other 5 nations were unlucky. All of them were peak true gods, but this was shocking enough. It only took 3 hours. Even in the heavenly court, it would be shocking to create a peak immortal god in 3 hours. After the apotheosis was complete, the sky shone with thousands of auspicious lights. Heavenly flowers and golden lotuses appeared again, but this time they were created with the power of heaven. Bai Xiang only took a glance, and his heart trembled. He felt an opportunity to break through. Some peak true gods were directly hit by the heavenly flowers and golden lotuses, becoming immortal lords on the spot. Jiang Changkong watched this silently. True gods and early-stage immortal lords were really cheap. He had risked his life to become a peak immortal lord. The three apatheosized believers directly flew into the sacred land formed by the heavenly Tao fragment. Apart from them, there were 15 other true gods that ascended. Have faith in me, and you can enter the sacred land. You will never be destroyed. After saying that, the giant projection dissipated and merged with the world. Lord God King, Bai Xiang and the others stood respectfully behind him, full of anticipation. Why don't you seal us as well? We also want to break through. Go to the sacred land yourselves, Jiang Changkong said calmly. The sacred land has what you want. Thank you, Lord God King. Bai Xiang and the other gods hurriedly rushed into the sacred land formed by the heavenly Tao. Although everything was fake, there were still some real things in the Tao Comprehension Hall. Jiang Changkong entered the Sage King Hall and let the believers do as they pleased. He was going into seclusion. The harvest this time was too great. The cultivation palaces in the sacred land were all useful, but there were special restrictions. As long as he was the master of the sacred land, his comprehension of the sacred land would not exceed his realm. According to his realm, he could manifest comprehension, Tao sounds and Tao arts. He was a peak god lord. At most, he could manifest a peak god lord. He was an early-stage immortal king. At most, he could manifest an early-stage immortal king. The heavenly Tao palace could still lead to the celestial world. He just needed to walk up. As for the heavenly Tao fragment, it was still in his body. Everything in the sacred land was under his control. In the sacred land, he could say that the heavens were number 1 and he was number 2. Everything about the 6 nations of the Holy Land appeared in his mind. He could clearly sense every living thing, even a bug. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly travel to any place in the 6 nations. Just like when the divine palace of justice went to the East Sea. The power of heaven had completely enveloped the 6 nations, and they were all under his rule. Within the God altar, the power of faith had already disappeared. It directly entered his brain and nourished his divine body. If he wanted to, he could hear the prayers of his followers. If the believer was very devout, he would be alerted when they encountered danger. Also, he could use the power of faith to open up a descending passage within the range of the heavenly Tao, which would consume a lot of energy. If a deity was possessed by a deity, he could directly borrow its power through the Tao of heaven. It all depended on how much deity he was willing to send, and the Tao of heaven and his believers would bear the cost. After digesting the information in his mind, Jiang Changkong looked at his essence, qi, and spirit. 50 million. 50 million. The heavenly Tao fragment had given him a huge gift, pushing his psychic energy to 50 million. The heavenly Tao was quite reliable. When I think of the celestial arch, I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. Jiang Changkong thought of what had happened before. He had done so many things for the celestial arch. How much power of heaven had he repaid? Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong looked at the immortal book in his body. The green light surged over, preparing to cripple his immortal record. Buzz! The immortal record directly burrowed into the heavenly Tao fragment and disappeared. Jiang Changkong was slightly taken aback. The heavenly Tao fragment was sending a message. In the future, the law enforcement would have nothing to do with the heavenly court, and the immortal records would be taken back by the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, he wouldn't get a second chance. If he wanted to obtain the power of heaven, he would either be a law enforcer or a ruler of the Holy Land. That's fine too. I'll level up first, and then I'll think of a way to govern the Holy Land. Jiang Changkong didn't think too much about it. He wanted to become a real immortal king first. First, Jiang Changkong perfected his profound art and Tao physique. Then he started to improve and stepped into the celestial king realm. Immortal king, king of the immortal Tao, king of laws. He was also a king of the immortal world, a king recognized by the heavenly Taos. At this level, he could perfectly control the power of the immortal world's magical laws. The primal chaos laws in his body evolved again, and his innate divine runes became even stronger. The aura of a ruler naturally leaked out, shaking the entire Sage King Hall. The entire sacred land was filled with the might of a ruler. 18 believers prostrated respectfully and worshipped the Sage King Hall. Bai Xiang and the others who were comprehending unconsciously knelt down and worshipped the Divine King. Divine King, the King of Gods. At this moment, Jiang Changkong had cultivated to the true Divine King realm. Wherever the might of a ruler passed, everything would submit. This pressure came and went quickly. With the help of the heavenly Tao fragment, it only took 2 hours. Jiang Changkong, early stage Immortal King, God King, 6th Revolution Profound Art, Basic, 1/900, 000, Postnatal Chaotic Tao Physique, Basic, 1/900, 000 Golden Crow Immortal Sutra, Basic, 1/112500 Essence, Spirit, and Energy, 3/380 000 Jiang Changkong didn't care that it had shrunk by 10 times. He could still splurge now. That was to directly enter the mid-stage Immortal King realm. He was already invincible in the Celestial King realm. The transformation this time was relatively short. It only took 1.5 hours. However, Bai Xiang and the others were more pitiful. They knelt down again. Although there was the influence of the sacred land, they still felt fear. Right now, Jiang Changkong's divine might had far exceeded before. They didn't know what level this divine king had reached. When they first met, they thought that he was just a strong divine king. Now it seemed that he was a super divine king. It was very likely that he was a late-stage divine king. Jiang Changkong, middle stage Immortal King, God King, 6th Revolution Profound Art, Basic, 1/2, 700, 000 Postnatal Chaotic Tao Physique, Basic, 1/2, 700, 000 Golden Crow Immortal Sutra, Basic, 1/337500 Essence, Spirit, and Energy, 1887800 inch. I need more essence, spirit, and energy. It's a pity that I can't see anything from this heavenly Tao fragment. Jiang Changkong thought to himself. He had an urge to eat the heavenly Tao fragment. However, with his current teeth, he probably wouldn't be able to eat it. Instead, his teeth would break. The immortal positions given by the demon ancestor still haven't reacted. The 3 immortal positions were all attached to the heavenly Tao fragment. It was as if they had found a backer and were no longer trembling. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao fragment didn't do anything to the green light and the connate divine sigil. Both sides got along peacefully. It was not bad. His hack ability hadn't shrunk yet. As for the essence, spirit, and energy that he needed to improve now, he really wasn't interested in the base salary of 100 points. In any world, commission was the main source of income. Stepping out of the Sage King Hall, he retracted his divine might. With a thought, he appeared in the Tao Enlightenment Hall. Bai Xiang and the others were comprehending the Immortal Sutra on it. When they saw him, they all stood up and bowed. Jiang Changkong looked at the enlightenment on it. It was similar to the sacred land in the past. He went to the higher levels. The Celestial King realm was also revealed. There were only mid-stage celestial kings. The higher levels were blank. There was no gray chaos or mysterious green light. He went to the Tao Sound Palace and Tao Arts Palace. They were all useless to him. The 18 sacred land gods were training themselves in the Tao Arts Palace. They needed strength to protect the sacred land. This place is not bad. I'll bring the little Dragon King here in the future. Jiang Changkong thought, with the Tao Sound Palace and Tao Enlightenment Hall, as long as one wasn't too stupid, they would be able to improve quickly. Chapter 605. The primal chaos laws surged in his body, and the might of a godly monarch enveloped the empty 9th level. Standing at the peak of the Tao Enlightenment Hall, one could see the entire Holy Land. Prayers rang in his ears, and the power of faith strengthened. More and more prayers, more and more power of faith. Those who believed in him could enter the Holy Land and enjoy eternal life. The power of faith was converted into essence, energy, and spirit. It was very little, about 10 points per hour. Coupled with the automatic hack with heaven power, it was 100 points per hour. If he could unify the celestial world, or even the endless mortal world, then he could obtain a vast amount of essence, energy, and spirit. His consciousness sank into the power of faith, and all sorts of emotions and information entered his mind. Jiang Changkong finally understood why the power of faith could be converted into essence, energy, and spirit. When a believer prayed, they would offer their essence, energy, and spirit through God formations or heavenly Tao power. The essence, energy, and spirit were very weak at first, but when gathered together as the faith deepened, it would become very strong. This was the power of faith. For one's faith, one was willing to offer everything. This was a devout faith that was even scarier than die-hard fans. Collecting his thoughts, Jiang Changkong looked in the direction of the heavenly court. The East Seas, 12 mortal worlds, were still there. Anyone who could unify the celestial world would not give up on the power of faith to obtain the blessings of the endless mortal worlds. Mortals with the blessing of faith could also display the power to kill gods. Just the 6 countries of the Holy Land could help a celestial king like him. One could imagine how much benefit it would be to bless the endless mortal worlds and obtain endless faith. Even an immortal venerable would improve, right? Bai Xiang. Jiang Changkong appeared beside Bai Xiang with a thought. There was no sound at all, not even a ripple. "Greetings, great godly monarch," Bai Xiang said respectfully, his eyes filled with sincerity. After entering the Holy Land, one would gradually believe in the Lord of the Holy Land under the influence of the heavenly Tao. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. "2 more divine Lord countries, come with me." Bai Xiang's expression became even more respectful, although he was reluctant to leave the Tao Enlightenment Hall. "It is my honor." He brought Bai Xiang along and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in one of the 6 countries, next to a divine Lord country. Although the strength of these 2 god monarchs was similar to Bai Xiang, they had a peak god monarch backing them up. After Bai Xiang left the Holy Land, he felt confused. Suddenly, he felt a strong desire to return to the Holy Land. That was the real heaven. Jiang Changkong was not in the mood to care about him and brought him into the enemy's territory. As soon as he walked out of the area enveloped by the power of heaven, Jiang Changkong felt that his strength had weakened slightly, or rather, he had returned to normal. In the area enveloped by the power of heaven and the divine kingdom, he could obtain blessings. Jiang Changkong's law power spread out. Wherever the might of a god monarch passed, the entire divine kingdom was enveloped by the might of a god monarch. Rumble. Chaotic streams of air surged, and all kinds of characteristics manifested. The aura of death was especially strong. Thousands of living beings felt as if doomsday had arrived. The golden barrier was collapsing, and the deity nation's immortal array was on the verge of collapse. Roar! A furious roar could be heard as a gigantic black snake appeared in the sky, howling in pain. The might of a godly monarch made him feel fear, but he was unable to escape. The pressure was too strong, too terrifying. The difference between the 2 was like heaven and earth. Jiang Changkong stepped in front of the giant snake, and his voice was like thunder. "Submit to me and return to the Holy Land. Only then can you live." The primal chaos surged, and the king's might shocked the heavens. Endless primal chaos chi filled the sky above the divine kingdom. "Submit! I am willing to submit!" The giant black snake cried out in fear. It did not think of resisting, nor did it count on a peak divine Lord to help. The last trace of hope dissipated. This person was really a god monarch, a terrifying super god monarch. Then believe in me and reform yourself, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. A strand of chaotic divine power entered the black snake's body. There was no explanation, and there was no need to explain. The black snake knew that it would die if it resisted. The black snake said respectfully, "Great Lord God Monarch, the divine lord behind this subordinate might be angry. Does he have the guts to come?" Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "He also has a god monarch behind him. Inform him to bring that god monarch over." After saying that, Jiang Changkong brought Bai Xiang to the next divine kingdom. The other divine lord was a white ape, and he also had a god monarch behind him. These divine lords would hand over 70% of their faith to a peak divine lord and then to a god monarch. Bai Xiang's 6 kingdoms were considered unorthodox, and they would hand over a portion of protection fees every year. Jiang Changkong brought Bai Xiang back to the Black Snake Divine Kingdom. 2 silhouettes were rushing over. Golden light spread out. Thousands of auspicious lights and multicolored light filled the sky. The power of laws formed halos behind him. There were a total of 6 halos, representing that he was a 6th grade god monarch. The might of a god monarch directly pressed down on Jiang Changkong. The golden light that filled the sky turned into sword rays, flowing with the aura of laws. Mid-stage god monarch. Jiang Changkong looked at the immortal king and said indifferently, "I advise you not to make a mistake." The law of chaos appeared again, and a power that far exceeded the mid-stage and late-stage god monarchs suppressed the sky. A peak god monarch. The immortal king's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retracted his power of laws. Facing a peak god monarch, his little bit of power was completely insufficient. Boom! In the next moment, another beam of light shone. The green light was resplendent, and thousands of divine lights broke through the universe. One world after another was destroyed, dissipated, and repeated behind the other party. He was like the god of creation and destruction, and the might of a god monarch far exceeded the mid-stage. Late-stage god monarch. The god monarch's treaty states that god monarchs should not fight easily. You look unfamiliar. God King Greenlight looked at Jiang Changkong indifferently. "I came to negotiate with you, to negotiate peacefully," Jiang Changkong said indifferently. "Oh, snatching our divine kingdom is your negotiation?" God King Greenlight's expression was still calm. Jiang Changkong smiled indifferently. "I want your territory. This is a negotiation." The expressions of the 2 god monarchs sank at the same time. The mid-stage god monarch was fine, and he did not dare to say anything. However, the late-stage god monarch's expression was cold. "You are snatching for no reason. You will be punished by all god monarchs." "All god monarchs? Since I am a god monarch, I am the only god monarch." Jiang Changkong's expression turned cold, and he said forcefully, "I am also your god monarch." In the god monarch realm, he was already invincible. He was not afraid of being surrounded, unless the other party could call over a god emperor. However, god emperors were basically in the divine court and would not interfere in their fight. Arrogant, the late-stage god monarch roared angrily. The void trembled, and the green power of laws erupted with resplendent divine light. The green laws transformed into a god monarch's sword and slashed down. The heavenly book manifested, and the message of a death sentence appeared. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. He raised his right palm and chaos surged. The power of chaos shattered the sword of laws and drowned the late-stage god monarch. The green light dissipated and the laws disappeared. Everything was over. Jiang Changkong looked at the mid-stage god monarch. "What is your choice?" "This subordinate is willing to submit," the mid-stage god monarch said bitterly. What choice could he make? Even a late-stage god monarch was killed with a single palm. This peak god monarch was terrifying. Change your faith and incorporate that person's divine kingdom into the sacred land. I will give you 3 days. Is that enough? Jiang Changkong said indifferently, That's enough. Thank you, Your Majesty, the mid-stage god monarch said respectfully. Chapter 606. After returning to the Holy Land, Jiang Changkong organized the Divine King Treaty in his mind. It was a contract made to contact the Divine Court. As long as they handed over a portion of the land they occupied to the Divine Court every year, the Divine Court would not restrain them. As long as one reached the Immortal King level, they would be able to join the God King Treaty and form a group. This group was initiated by 2 pinnacle God Kings. As for the God Emperors, they had all joined the God Court on the surface, but it was unknown if there were any in secret. The God Kings could be considered the Divine Court's agents in the lower realms. This was also the reason why a late-stage God King dared to attack him. Although his strength had already reached the pinnacle God King level, there were still 2 pinnacle God Kings in the group. Furthermore, the gods of the Hall of Gods were divided into 3 levels. Martial gods and human gods were considered ordinary lower gods. From true god to God King, they were called intermediate gods. Only after reaching the God Emperor stage could one be called a high god, a true supreme god. The God King organization had a total of 18 God Kings. 18. Jiang Changkong was a little tempted. A God King was equivalent to an immortal king if their resources were similar. No matter what, these godly kings should have hundreds of thousands of essence, chi, and spirit. It couldn't be helped. After leveling up, it had shrunk. In addition, if I am guilty, each of us will receive 100,000 heavens power. If he dealt with them, he should be able to improve his magic arts or Taoist body, or even all of them, to the Deshang level. Let's take a look at this late-stage God King's resources first. Jiang Changkong took out the spatial equipment of a late-stage godly monarch. There were many faith crystals inside. The 5th and 6th grade Godstone mines were almost completely plundered by the Divine Court. Occasionally, the Divine Court would reward them with some. Faith crystals were the main cultivation resources of godly monarchs. The combination of faith crystals and Godstones shocked Jiang Changkong. 6th grade Godstones and faith crystals, 2 high-grade pieces, 23 mid-grade pieces, and 110 low-grade pieces. At rank 5, the best was 2,000 yuan, the upper was 5,000 yuan, the middle was 10,000 yuan, and the lower was 50,000 yuan. There was also a large group of rank 4 and rank 3. The God Kings here had even uglier table manners. Essence, energy, spirit. 906200900. 000 essence, energy, and spirit, including the 100,000 essence, energy, and spirit of the immortal king himself. It broke the million mark. Almost all of their resources had to be handed over, leaving only 1% for themselves. The godly kings handed over a portion to the heavenly court and kept the rest for themselves. As a result, these god kings held the resources of the entire country in their hands. Adding the 8 million from before, it was enough for him to step into the late stage of Xiangong. His harvest was much more bountiful than he had imagined. These 18 god kings were worth considering. Of course, there were only 16 left now. 1 followed him, and 1 was killed by him. Bai Xiang went to the Tao Enlightenment Hall, while Jiang Changkong returned to the Sage King Hall and began his breakthrough. This time, the power of heaven was also added. As he broke through, the Tao Enlightenment Hall, Tao Sound Hall, and Tao Art Hall also had the content of the late-stage Celestial King. His divine power and laws had all improved, and the Xiantian aura in his body had also increased a little. When he reached the God Emperor realm, these innate divine runes would be completed. Reaching Deshang with the 6th Revolution Mystic Art and late God King required 1 million essence, energy, and spirit. Essence, chi, and spirit. 194,000 inch the current me is truly invincible among God Kings. I just don't know how strong a God Emperor is. Jiang Changkong pondered, closed his eyes, and sensed the heavenly Tao fragment. The power of heavenly Tao expanded, enveloping 2 divine Lord Country and 1 celestial King Country. Large amounts of power of heaven were released, and his essence, energy, and spirit were increasing. Jiang Changkong was immersed in the joy of receiving his salary as he waited for 3 days to pass. As the power of heaven continued to expand, Jiang Changkong received more and more feedback. However, on the 2nd day, controlling the late-stage Celestial King Country went smoothly, but there was no more power of heaven. He gave a total of 1 million power of heaven, and that was it. He wanted to ask the Heavenly Tao, but unfortunately the Heavenly Tao fragment didn't answer him. It wasn't something that could be easily bullied like the celestial title. The current him still couldn't beat the Heavenly Tao fragment. With the increase of faith power, he could get about 20 points of essence, energy, and spirit in an hour. 3 days passed, and Jiang Changkong felt an unfamiliar divine lord enter his god country. With a thought, a phantom formed, with a trace of power of heaven. The divine lord had just entered the god country, and when he saw the phantom appear, he was shocked. Even a peak god king wouldn't ascend so quickly. He had just arrived at the mid-stage god king country. That person had already expanded the array to this place. Jiang Changkong's figure condensed, and he looked at the divine lord coldly. Lowly god, why have you come to my god country? The divine lord bowed respectfully, and he said humbly, Great God King, 16 God Kings invite you to an appointment. With that said, he presented a golden invitation with both hands. The invitation was completely made of God power, and the message inside was simple. He was invited to a God assembly held by a peak God King, Myriad Thunder God King Country, and the assembly would begin in 3 hours. I agree, Jiang Changkong said indifferently, and his figure disappeared. The invitation automatically appeared in the Sage King Hall, and his main body held it in his hand. God King Assembly, you don't dare to come to my place, so you want me to go? Jiang Changkong sneered, and he stepped out of the Sage King Hall. Within the God Country, with the blessing of faith, the God King's strength would increase. This peak God King wasn't stupid. Even if 2 peak God Kings came, if they fought, even if they could take him down, they would be at a disadvantage. In that case, inviting him to leave the God Country and come to their territory would give them an advantage. The invitation also said that the other God Kings would also accept the invitation and attend the assembly. Jiang Changkong appeared at the border, and he headed for Myriad Thunder God Country. This time he didn't bring anyone, and he went alone. As for the mid-stage God King who submitted to him, after he was done with his business, he would head to the Holy Land. He liked it there. Myriad Thunder God Country, a lightning God King, was rumored to have reached the limits of God King, and he was infinitely close to a God Emperor. However, it was too difficult to become a God Emperor, and the foundation needed wasn't something an ordinary God King could achieve. In the sky, shrouded by the Great Array, there were groups of palaces, and 18 thrones were arranged on 2 sides. Dozens of gods were busy preparing for the assembly. 5 God Kings had already taken their seats, and they were discussing Jiang Changkong's matter. Myriad Thunder God King sat on the first seat on the left, and he said with a smile, I have already invited that Holy Land God King, and the message said that he agreed. How confident! First, he killed a God King, and now he still dares to come out. A late-stage God King said coldly, I wonder where this God King came from. How did he suddenly appear? Is he sent down by the divine court? The other 3 God Kings looked at Myriad Thunder. This pinnacle God King had more connections than them. Myriad Thunder God King frowned. He's not from the divine court, and he's not even from the land ruled by the divine court. What, could he be from the Fey race? The 4 God Kings were slightly surprised, and they said, the Fey race is going to step out of the spotlight? He's not from the Fey race either. We'll know soon. Myriad Thunder God King smiled faintly. Sky Sword has already contacted the divine court to find out, and I'll also introduce you to a friend. Friend, the 4 god kings were stunned. Screech! A cry rang out, and a huge bird appeared in the sky, looking down at them with a cold gaze. Fey Race Kuan Pung. Chapter 607. The expressions of the 4 godly kings changed drastically. Kuan Pung of the Fey race, the current demon master, a peak godly king. However, shouldn't this demon master be in the Fey court? Why would he appear in the land ruled by the Fey court? This king shall introduce everyone. This is the Fey court's demon master, Kuan Yu. Myriad Thunder, godly king, stood up with a smile. Kuan Yu is highly regarded by the Feytharch. His status is below 1 Fey and above all Fey. Myriad Thunder, godly king, is too kind. Kuan Pung transformed into a gloomy-looking young man and landed in the banquet. This time, I'll have to trouble the demon master to sit below me, said Myriad Thunder, godly king. It's fine. This is your territory, Myriad Thunder, godly king. I'm just a guest. Kuan Yu smiled and cupped his fists. I'll have to rely on everyone for this trip. This king should be relying on the demon master. This time, a troublesome fellow has appeared. Myriad Thunder, godly king laughed and let the demon master take a seat. He introduced, these 4 are close friends of mine. What the demon master wants will depend on whether they can help. Greetings, demon master. The 4 godly kings hurriedly stood up and bowed. This was a peak godly king, the Fey race's demon master. He was truly below 1 Fey and above all Fey. Everyone, you're too polite. Kuan Yu nodded slightly. Myriad Thunder, godly king, said, the demon master came this time to ask for our help. This king has already agreed. It's up to you now. May I know what it is? A godly king asked carefully. The other 3 were silent with a hint of worry on their faces. This Myriad Thunder, godly king, said that he was only going to deal with the Holy Land, godly king. Suddenly, a demon master appeared and asked for their help. This was a trap for them as well. The Fey court and Celestial court were sworn enemies to begin with. The Fey court hid in the dark and did not come out. Now, the demon master swaggered out and even looked for them. If the Fey court found out, they would probably be in trouble. Everyone, don't worry. Kuan Yu smiled. This demon master came mainly to find something. I just hope that you won't make things difficult for me. Search in our divine nation. The 4 godly kings frowned. If a peak god king were to run into his lair, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep in peace. Don't worry, everyone. I won't disturb the living beings of your divine nations. Also, I'll give you 3 godstones of the same grade as a reward. If you can find it, I will reward you handsomely. 3. The 4 god kings were slightly disdainful. Although 3 divine stones of the same grade was not bad, it was not enough to tempt them. 3 each time, said Kuan Yu. Deal. One of the god kings eagerly agreed. If he could go there once for 3 yuan, wouldn't he be rich if he went there a few hundred times? Buzz! A beam of light flashed. Myriad Thunder Deity King's expression changed slightly as he looked up into the sky. Holy Land's God King, Jiang Chongkong, is here to attend the banquet. A mighty divine voice resounded throughout the banquet. Jiang Chongkong. Demon Master Kuan Yu was a little confused. Jiang Chongkong? Did he mishear? Or was it someone with the same name? Wasn't that the Heavenly Court's Heavenly God of Justice, the guy who had disappeared after being hunted down by the Heavenly Court? Demon Master knows him. Myriad Thunder Deity King asked in surprise. Maybe it's just someone with the same name. The one I know is only an immortal lord, Kuan Yu pondered. Although Jiang Chongkong had killed Great Wilderness Immortal King, he had not become an immortal king. Moreover, the Holy Land's God King, Myriad Thunder Deity King, was a peak God King. How could Jiang Chongkong escape the Heavenly Court's pursuit, become a peak God King, and rule over a divine nation? Buzz! Gray, chaos divine power spread, and a figure entered the palace complex. He had 3 eyes on his forehead, wore a golden robe, and descended from the sky with his hands behind his back. Demon Master. It really was Jiang Chongkong. He had come all the way from the heavenly court. Holy Land's God King. Myriad Thunder Deity King narrowed his eyes. He had no time to pay attention to Demon Master's expression. Myriad Thunder Deity King. Jiang Chongkong looked at Myriad Thunder. It was as if the sky was filled with endless lightning, and it contained the power of destruction and creation. It was as if it was a world of lightning. Myriad Thunder Deity King also sized up Jiang Chongkong. He felt that Jiang Chongkong was deep and boundless, like a boundless chaos, boundless and unfathomable. He was a peak God King, but he couldn't see through this Holy Land's God King. Just as he was about to do something, Demon Master Kuin, you stood up. I didn't expect the Heavenly Court to come to the Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court? Heavenly Court? Myriad Thunder Deity King's expression changed, and he fell silent. The other 4 God Kings were astonished. This Holy Land's God King came from the Heavenly Court? No wonder they couldn't find any information about him. If they wanted to find him, they had to cross North Sea and reach the Heavenly Court first. Jiang Chongkong turned to Demon Master. You are. He didn't know this person, but he knew him. Did he also come from the Heavenly Court's territory? Heavenly Court God. Jiang Chongkong, you really surprised me. You clearly didn't reach the Zhenyuan celestial sect. So how did you cross North Sea? Demon Master ignored his question, and his gloomy face was filled with curiosity. Also, your strength should be equivalent to an early-stage God King. Early-stage God King? Demon Master, you must be mistaken. This is a peak God King, one of the God Kings said. Demon Master? Jiang Chongkong looked at the gloomy young man. The monster race's Demon Master? That's right, this is the Demon Court, the Demon Master who stands above all monsters, Myriad Thunder Deity King said. Demon Master Kuin, you also had a hint of pride on his face. Jiang Chongkong sneered. Is this monster a monster Arch or a monster emperor? Monster emperor? When did the monster race have a monster emperor? The God Kings were shocked. Demon Master Kuin Yu's face turned cold. Of course it's a monster Arch. That monster emperor only gave himself a title. The monster Arch didn't give him that title. As far as I know, the primordial monster, the Arch, admitted it. Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, I didn't expect the Demon Master to look down on even a monster emperor. This is even more surprising. The heavenly god of justice is still as arrogant as ever. He refuses to be disciplined in the heavenly court. Even in the divine court, he still doesn't hide his arrogance. Demon Master Kuin Yu sneered and sat back down. I want to see how arrogant a stray dog can be. Myriad Thunder Deity King narrowed his eyes. So he can't survive in the heavenly court anymore. So he came to the divine court to seek a way out. The other 4 God Kings also had disdainful expressions. Jiang Chongkong glanced at the 5 God Kings and Demon Master Kuin Yu, and a heavenly book appeared. Since you mentioned the position of heavenly god of justice, Demon Master, you shouldn't have appeared in front of me. Kuin Yu's eyes glowed coldly, but he didn't say anything. Myriad Thunder Deity King raised his wine cup and said coldly, Heavenly God of Justice, since you came to the divine court, you must abide by the rules of the divine court. Since you don't know the rules, I will personally teach you what the rules are. I want to learn from you. Jiang Chongkong snorted coldly, and his chaotic divine power swept out, causing the entire palace complex to shake. Boundless chaotic power swept out, and the heavenly book opened and a message appeared. Everyone, you are all guilty of the death penalty. Arrogant. Angry roars sounded, and another divine light broke through the sky. The other God Kings had also arrived. You dare to be so arrogant in my divine kingdom? Myriad Thunder Deity King shouted angrily, and tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged in the sky, as if doomsday had arrived. Kuan Yu said sinisterly, "This is not the heavenly court, nor is it the eastern sea. You can't borrow the power of heaven. What else can you do?" Chapter 608. Two figures soared into the sky and ascended to the vault of heaven. They didn't fight in the palaces below. That would damage the divine nation. Boundless primal chaos, endless lightning. Two kinds of law energy collided in the sky. The power of lightning had a hint of connate aura. The myriad lightning godly monarch was close to becoming a goddarch. However, the chaotic laws and connate power were even denser. There were also incomplete connate divine patterns. The result of the clash of laws was decided in an instant. The myriad lightning godly monarch's expression was solemn. "You've started to transform into a goddarch." Such a dense connate aura meant that the heavenly god of justice was already halfway through his transformation. However, how did he manage to transform so much? If he was trying to become a goddarch, the transformation couldn't have stopped. Could it be that he failed halfway through his transformation? Or did this heavenly god of justice have a special treasure that helped him transform? Myriad lightning godly monarch, peak godly monarch. You have committed a grave sin and deserve to die. Jiang Changkong opened the heavenly book and said indifferently, "If you are willing to submit, I will give you a chance to cleanse yourself of your sins." What a joke! This is my divine nation. Even if part of you has changed, in my divine kingdom, I am invincible. Countless bolts of lightning surged as if the heavens were roaring and the heavenly Tao was enraged. The power of the divine nation gathered by the connate aura and increased the power of the divine nation. The myriad lightning godly monarch held the lightning god hammer and attacked. Myriad lightning god slaying. The power of the myriad lightning godly monarch tore through the air. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. He opened his chaotic heavenly eye and shot out a gray divine power. A beam of divine light pierced through the power of the lightning. The god-slaying lightning quickly dissipated. Boom! The chaotic heavenly eye pierced through the lightning and landed on the lightning god hammer. The terrifying power sent the myriad lightning godly monarch tumbling backward. He almost lost his grip on the lightning god hammer. Myriad lightning godly monarch. The 10 godly kings were horrified when they saw this scene. Only 5 of the 16 godly monarchs hadn't arrived yet. Kuan Yu's expression sank. He let out a long roar and transformed into his Kuan Peng form. He charged at Jiang Changkong with boundless ferocious might. "Kuan Yu, it's not good to humiliate yourself." Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. Looking at the approaching Kuan Peng's sharp claws, he slammed his palm down. Rumble. With a rumble, the two of them retreated at the same time. A crack appeared on Jiang Changkong's palm, and gray divine blood flowed out. A crack also appeared on Kuan Yu's Kuan Peng claw. Golden blood dripped down. Your body is somewhat beyond this god's expectations. Jiang Changkong's heart jolted. He had a postnatal, chaotic Tao body and could be called a postnatal minor Pangu. In terms of physique, only the chaotic ancestral dragon body was slightly weaker than him. However, this Kuan Yu didn't cultivate the chaotic Kuan Peng body, but he was able to fight on par with him. Although he did not use his full strength, Kuan Yu was already very strong to be able to break through his defense. His physique had definitely reached the limits of a god king. Coupled with his peak god king cultivation, the two complemented each other, and his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary peak god king. Even someone like the myriad lightning divine king was not Kuan Yu's match. Kuan Yu's cold eyes turned, and his voice was cold. The heavenly god of justice's strength is really unexpected. No wonder he could escape from the heavenly court. He became a demon master because he used countless resources of the demon court to strengthen himself, be it his divine power cultivation or physique. He had tempered himself to the limits of a god king. He was confident that he could become a god Dharch alone. However, this heavenly god of justice, who relied on the heavenly Tao, could actually fight on par with him without the support of heaven? This heavenly god of justice had the foundation to become a god Dharch. The Kuan Pung spread its wings and moved quickly. Divine light tore through the sky. Jiang Changkong's vision blurred, and he could only see a ray of light. As expected of the number one speed, Jiang Changkong exclaimed. Unfortunately, he did not need to care about his speed at all, unless Kuan Yu escaped. With danger approaching from behind, Jiang Changkong instantly turned around and lightly struck out with his palm. Boom! They clashed again. Jiang Changkong used some more divine power and his palm landed. Divine blood splattered everywhere. Kuan Yu screamed in pain, and his giant Kuan Pung body tumbled away. Rumble! Lightning flashed again, and the god-vanquishing lightning fell again. God-vanquishing lightning. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. A bolt of divine lightning with a special aura, specialized in breaking through physical defenses. Unfortunately, his physical body could not be broken by normal god-vanquishing lightning. He raised his palm and destroyed the god-vanquishing lightning. Boom! Splat! The god king's blood splattered in the sky. Fortunately, the array below was powerful and could withstand it. The other god kings were terrified. This heavenly god of justice was fighting against two of them at once. And he was not in his own divine kingdom. If he was in his own divine kingdom, how strong would he be? Everyone, let's attack together and reinforce this king with the divine formation. The myriad lightning divine king roared. His black hair danced wildly and lightning rumbled. The 10 god kings looked at each other and poured all their divine power into the array. My lord, the myriad lightning divine king, the supreme, the only god. Prayers came from the myriad lightning divine kingdom. The gods in the palaces were also praying devoutly. As they prayed, the altar trembled, and streams of faith flew out and entered the myriad lightning divine king's body. The myriad lightning divine king roared, and his aura surged. His divine power increased again and again. With the blessing of faith and the array, the myriad lightning divine king had already exceeded his limit. Monstrous divine power, endless divine lightning in creation and destruction interweaved to form mysterious lightning. With the blessing of faith, the lightning godhammer was also changing. Lightning spread, and a terrifying divine power shook the celestial realm. Demon Master Kuan Yu raised his divine power again. Extreme golden light and surging demonic energy swept out. A pair of sharp claws were equipped with Kuan Pung claws. Although they were incomplete, they exuded a destructive power that could tear apart heaven and earth. With the blessing of treasures, faith, and the array, the 2 god kings' limits had both exceeded their limits. The terrifying power was enough to destroy any peak god king and strike fear into the hearts of all god kings. Come, let this god witness your limits. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. His palms moved the void, and the primal chaos laws and connate divine patterns were all activated. Heavenly lightning, heaven ripping. The myriad lightning divine king absorbed the heavenly lightning and drew the power of the divine kingdom. Demon Master Kuan Yu used an ancient magic treasure to recreate the Kuan Peng's ultimate art. The primordial Kuan Peng of the past, the primordial demon master, was an expert that only the demon emperor could suppress. The void was shaking. The move had not even arrived, but the void was already trembling. His arms opened, and chaos divine power gathered in his palms. Endless chaos was contained in his palms. Rumble, the heavenly lightning, the power to tear apart heaven, and the primordial demon master's ultimate art instantly engulfed Jiang Changkong. The endless chaos also swallowed myriad lightning divine king and demon master Kuan-Yu. Endless air currents and all kinds of divine power surged. The divine kingdom's array creaked and shook violently. The added force shook the 10 god kings at the same time, and blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. The gods immediately fainted. On the other hand, the countless people of the divine kingdom were still praying, unaware. Who won? The 10 godly kings looked solemnly at the boundless divine power that covered everything. They really wanted to know who won. But a battle between god kings who surpassed the limits was no longer something they could approach. Just by strengthening the divine array, the recoil just now had already injured them. If they approached and were affected by the aftershocks, there would probably be nothing left of them. Chapter 609. Chaos divine power, lightning divine power, and Kuan Peng demon power surged in the sky. Under everyone's solemn gazes, the 3 types of divine power gradually dissipated. The 3 figures were hazy in the divine power and difficult to see clearly. They could vaguely see a person stepping on another person and strangling the Kuan Peng. The hearts of the 10 godly kings trembled. Myriad Thunder and the Demon Master were defeated. 2 godly kings who surpassed the limit, with the help of the divine nation and treasures, were still no match for this heavenly god of justice. Such an existence was actually being hunted by the heavenly court, a stray dog. These were all treasures, the strongest combat power below the exalted god level. Was there a hole in the heavenly court's brain? How could they let go of such combat power? Perhaps they were wrong. The one being stepped on was Jiang Chongkong. Myriad Thunder Godly King was strangling the Demon Master to help heal him. When all the divine power dissipated, the 10 godly kings were silent. They weren't wrong. Myriad Thunder and the Demon Master were really defeated, and they were defeated very miserably. The Demon Master was like a little chick being held in the other party's hand. Myriad Thunder Godly King was being stepped on by Jiang Chongkong, his body a little charred and disfigured. It's already extraordinary for you to be able to do this after breaking through the limit. Jiang Chongkong sighed with some admiration. He was only missing the chaotic golden body and the sky-splitting art. These 2 strength was commendable. Within the divine nation, they were far beyond the godly kings and infinitely close to his own godly king. However, in the eyes of the 2, his admiration was merciless humiliation. A dignified godly king was being stepped on, and you said your strength was extraordinary? The demon court's demon master, who claimed to be below the demon emperor and above all demons, was beaten like a little chick by you, and you said he was extraordinary? You're just praising yourself, right? Jiang Chongkong, he said through gritted teeth. His wings and claws kept moving, but he sadly found that he couldn't move. Myriad Thunder Godly King's body moved, trying to struggle, but he could only tremble slightly. Great humiliation filled his heart. Jiang Chongkong, the divine court is not a place where you can be presumptuous. Just wait to be hunted by the divine court. You think too highly of yourself. Jiang Chongkong said dispassionately. Then he exerted a bit of force with his feet, causing chaos divine power to surge. I've already said that all of you deserve death. Jiang Chongkong, if you dare to kill me, the demon court will not let you off. The immortal world is so big, there is no place for you to hide. Kuan-Yu shouted in terror. He felt the threat of death when he mentioned the Fey court. Jiang Chongkong didn't seem to hear anything. He exerted force in his hand, ready to kill. Suddenly, Jiang Chongkong sensed danger from behind him. His expression changed as he hurriedly turned around and gathered his primal chaos force. A resplendent sword light came from the void. A mysterious aura circulated, and the power of heaven was dense. It was like a long sword formed from heaven and earth. Boom! With a tremor, Jiang Chongkong retreated, but he was still stepping on Myriad Thunder Godly King. At that moment, Demon Master Kuan-Yu's body suddenly erupted with black light. He turned into a small bird and flew far away. Jiang Changkong, I will remember you. Kuan Yu's voice floated in the air. Jiang Changkong ignored him. At that moment, he was looking at the sword light in front of him. A gash appeared on his right hand, almost piercing through his palm. The power of heaven remained in his palm, and the power of chaos was quickly expelled. In the void in front of him, a sword light rapidly approached. The feeling of danger grew stronger and stronger. The divine court's heavenly god of justice? Jiang Changkong guessed. The other party's strength surprised him. He had thought that he was invincible among godly kings, but now it seemed that he had neglected the power of heaven. The sword light approached from afar. In just a few breaths, it had already arrived in front of Jiang Changkong. The newcomer held a golden divine sword. His face was thin and tough, and his gaze was sharp. Holy Land, godly king, Jiang Changkong. Yes, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Sky, sword, godly king. Jiang Changkong is also the heavenly court's heavenly god of justice. Capture him, and you will be rewarded greatly. Myriad Thunder, heavenly king, hurriedly shouted. Jiang Changkong smiled. Don't say too much, Myriad Thunder. As soon as he said that, chaotic divine light erupted under his feet, wreaking havoc in Myriad Thunder, godly king's body. Let him go! Sky, sword, godly king roared. His divine sword, suffused with dense power of heaven, slashed down. The dangerous aura approached again. Jiang Changkong raised his brows. Chaotic golden body opened, and he pointed at the divine sword. Clang! The divine sword paused, and a deafening sound rang out. Sky, sword, godly king, could not help but take a few steps back. You did not augment yourself with the power of heaven. Without the power of heaven, he could actually push back him who was augmented with the power of heaven? The screams under his feet gradually stopped. Jiang Changkong said calmly, It will be difficult for you to see this god augmented with the power of heaven. Sky, sword, godly king frowned. Why are you in the divine court? You want to know? Jiang Changkong glanced at him. He lifted Myriad Thunder, godly king's corpse, and looked at the 10 godly kings below. Follow this king to the Holy Land. Do you dare? He looked at Sky, sword, godly king. As for the other 10 godly kings, he did not care about them at all. You think this king can't stop you? Sky, sword, godly king's face turned cold, and the dangerous aura attacked again. You can try. Jiang Changkong sneered. Chaos surged, and his divine might shocked the heavens, spreading for thousands of miles. Chaotic golden body opened, and his strength doubled. Although Sky, sword, godly king was not bad, he was only about the same as him without opening his golden body. Once he opened his golden body, he would far surpass him. Sky, sword, godly king was silent for a moment, and his divine might retracted. This king can contact the divine court. Do as you wish. Demon Master Kuan, you will not hide this god's news. After saying that, Jiang Changkong took Myriad Thunder, godly king's corpse and left first. One step, and he was billions of miles away. The 10 godly kings looked at Sky, sword, godly king. Sky, sword, godly king, are we really going to the Holy Land? He could kill Myriad Thunder and defeat the Demon Master in Myriad Thunder's lair. If he went to the Holy Land, how strong would he be? The Holy Land was a tiger's den. Let's go and take a look. Sky, sword, godly king thought for a moment and rushed to the Holy Land. The 10 godly kings looked at each other and could only follow. Their backer was Sky, sword, godly king. Since he said so, they could only follow. The Holy Land was peaceful and auspicious. The white elephants were still comprehending the Tao. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and put some of the 3rd grade and 4th grade resources that he did not need in the Holy Land. Since the Holy Land projected immortal stones and spirit herbs, he would do his best to make the Holy Land real. He first took Myriad Thunder, godly king's resources and instructed the mid-stage immortal king not to come over. He directly occupied myriad thunder, godly kings, divine nation, and expanded the power of heaven. Sky, sword, godly king's expression changed the moment he stepped into the Holy Land. Heavens! There was rich power of heaven here that was everywhere and affected every corner. Could it be that this fellow was trying to create another divine court? Sky, sword, godly king, what's wrong? The 10 godly kings followed over and could not help but worry when they saw his expression change. They wanted to say that they should retreat first, but they did not dare to say it. Nothing. Let's go to the Holy Land to take a look. Sky, sword, godly king's expression became calm again, and he tore through the air. The 10 godly kings pondered and could only follow. Inside the Holy King Hall, Jiang Chankong sat on the throne and read the heavenly book of justice. Sky, sword, godly king, Ji Chang'an, martial song star, immortal title, limit, godly king, meritorious to heaven. As expected, he has already formed an immortal title, and it's the famous martial song star. Jiang Chankong sighed in his heart. He did not know if what happened next was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 610. Ji Chang'an and the other divine kings arrived at the core of the sacred land, the former Baixiang country. A golden divine road appeared in the sky, and a palace was faintly discernible at the end. The 11 divine kings stepped onto the divine road. They thought that they would have to fly for a while, but they arrived at the palace directly. Sage King Palace. The quiet and peaceful power calmed them down. Whatever worries he had previously were now completely gone. Jiang Chankong walked out of the palace and smiled. Wu Xing, why don't you follow me to see the sacred land? Before they could react, they appeared in the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the sacred land. The enlightenment of the immortal scriptures on it shocked them. It was too comprehensive. Some long-lost ancient immortal scriptures and even immemorial immortal scriptures could be found here. Jiang Chankong led them up until they reached the area where the celestial kings were. The divine kings could no longer hide their shock. Even though some of them were about to surpass the late-stage divine king level, they did not know so many immortal scriptures. The late-stage divine kings also felt that they were lacking after reading the Enlightenment. Ji Chang'an, Wu Xing, was also slightly moved. I won't go up there. I haven't finished building it yet. Jiang Chankong then led them to the Tao Sound Palace and Tao Arts Palace. Although the heavenly Tao had built this place, it was closely related to him, so it was not wrong to say that it was built by himself. The Tao Sound Palace and Tao Arts Palace also shocked them. With these palaces, why would they worry about not becoming stronger? Even if a mortal lived here, as long as he had enough time, he could probably become a god king. They saw the pile of divine stones again, although they were only 3rd or 4th grade. Was this place built by the heavenly god of justice? Ji Chang'an was doubtful. This was not something a divine king could build. Even the divine emperors of the divine court could not build it. Putting aside the magical Tao Sound Palace and Tao Arts Palace, just the countless immortal scriptures and enlightenment in the Tao Enlightenment Palace were not something that could be gathered with strength. Divine kings, you can walk around here. I have something to discuss with Wu Xing. Jiang Chankong waved his hand and left with Ji Chang'an. As for the other divine kings, they had already fallen in love with this place. In the Sage King Palace, the two sat down. Ji Chang'an opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Wu Xing, I'll tell you why I came to the divine court. Jiang Chankong didn't hide anything and told them everything. He didn't exaggerate anything either. Ji Chang and nodded slightly. The heavenly court is indeed lacking. The celestial court is the future. As for Jiang Chankong's words, he would verify them in the future and would not believe them. However, the conflict between the divine court and the heavenly court had always been huge, so he didn't mind belittling the heavenly court. After thinking about it, Ji Chang'an said, "This king is more curious about what is going on with this holy land. The power of heaven is everywhere." This reminded him of the lands ruled by the celestial court. Even now, the power of heaven only covered a part of the celestial court. This is a secret magic. It's the power of heaven that I've been accumulating recently, and I'm releasing it. Jiang Changkong said calmly, the power of the heavens will be consumed. Borrow the divine kingdom integration art. Ji Chang'an seemed to be deep in thought, but he still didn't quite understand. The method of integrating the divine kingdom into one? How? Faith connects the divine kingdom to this God. This God can sense wherever the faith is, and the power of heaven can be released. Jiang Changkong explained patiently, the divine kingdom is a single entity. Together with this king's divine powers, they are scattered everywhere. The power of heaven is scattered everywhere. Ji Chang frowned and thought. He was thinking about the feasibility of this method. Jiang Changkong changed the topic. This king is curious. The myriad lightning divine kingdom is not under the celestial court's jurisdiction. How can the martial song star borrow the power of heaven? You don't know about the heavenly God of justice. Ji Chang was slightly surprised. Then he said in relief, that's true. If you knew, you wouldn't have come back. You would have borrowed the power of heaven back then. I'd like to hear more. Jiang Changkong cupped his fists. Ji Chang explained, an immortal position can store a portion of the power of heaven for use. This king has to go up into the sky every once in a while. An immortal position can store the power of heaven? Jiang Changkong was puzzled. Did he slack off with his immortal position? It didn't have such a function. He definitely didn't want to make himself stronger. How annoying. Can't the immortal position of the heavenly God of justice do it? Ji Chang was surprised. Jiang Changkong shook his head. Ji Chang thought, I'm not sure about that. Jiang Changkong smiled and started asking about the celestial court. This king is new here, and I don't want to provoke the celestial court. I just want to build a holy land. I wonder how much of the celestial court's heavenly Tao has recovered? This is a secret of the celestial court. Ji Chang's expression turned serious. Please understand, heavenly God of justice. But how much do you know about the heavenly court and the heavenly Tao's recovery? The martial song star must be joking. How can I spread the heavenly court's secrets? Jiang Changkong said lightly, you won't leak anything, and you expect me to tell you? Isn't this a joke? Ji Chang did not continue this topic. I wonder how much do you know about the demon master's arrival? I don't know. You can ask the divine kings, Jiang Changkong said. Ji Chang nodded and left to ask the divine kings. Jiang Changkong sat alone in the divine king palace. He sank his soul into his body and studied the celestial title. The green light was already vibrating, and the innate divine pattern appeared. The celestial title shivered under the heavenly Tao fragment. Even the heavens can't protect you if you don't tell the truth, Jiang Changkong said coldly. The heavenly Tao fragment did not respond. The celestial title quickly sent a message. Incomplete. Incomplete? The martial song star's celestial title is complete? Jiang Changkong's soul dissipated and he frowned. A complete celestial title should be left behind by an ancient celestial god. The celestial title's heavenly Tao was incomplete, and he could only form an incomplete one by himself. It seemed like the gods of the celestial court also had many fortuitous encounters. He sensed that the heavenly sword divine king had left after asking about the demon master Kunpeng. Jiang Changkong did not care about him. The people of the celestial court should arrive soon. He did not know what their attitude towards him would be. Kill? They wouldn't be so impulsive, would they? Now that he had awakened the heavenly Tao, he did not know if he could withstand the God Emperor's attack in the Holy Land. If he couldn't, he would choose to rely on them. The celestial court should not reject him, and he would join them with the judiciary's celestial title. If they really wanted to kill him, he could only say that he was unlucky and be the demon emperor. Without thinking too much, Jiang Changkong began to check myriad Thunder Divine King's resources. There were piles of 3rd and 4th grade ones, and quite a few 5th and 6th grade ones. Added together, it was slightly more than the late-stage god kings he killed, but not by much, including the 100,000 heavenly power he used to kill myriad Thunder Divine King. He had a total of 15 million essence, chi, and spirit. Those 10 god kings seemed reluctant to leave. Even if he did not kill them, he would take their divine nations and their resources. With a thought, the 10 god kings who were studying the immortal scripture appeared in front of Jiang Changkong. Judiciary, heavenly god of judiciary. At this moment, they seemed to remember that their lives were still in danger. Jiang Changkong smiled. If you want to study the immortal scripture in the Holy Land, shouldn't you show off? For example, your resources. Chapter 611. The 10 god kings were very obedient and handed over all the resources to him. A weaker god king would have about 300,000 to 400,000 essence, energy, and spirit points. The stronger ones cost 400,000 to 500,000, and the later ones cost as much as 900,000. Compared to the immortal kings on the heavenly court side, they were slightly higher. There were a total of 5 early stage, 3 mid stage, and 2 late stage. All in all, essence, chi, and spirit. 72 million. After harvesting the resources, Jiang Changkong waved his hand generously and allowed them to do whatever they wanted in the Holy Land. They could go to the Tao Comprehension Hall, the Tao Sound Hall, or the Tao Arts Palace. If he wanted to leave, he could just leave through the Temple of Heaven. As for their god kingdoms, Jiang Changkong had no intention of touching them for the time being. He had to wait for the divine court's reaction first before taking the next step. If the celestial court wanted to make a move against him, it would be useless no matter how many celestial kingdoms he controlled now. They would be easily snatched away. If the god court accepted him, he wouldn't be able to chase these god kings away. The Holy Land's ability to retain people was too strong. His total essence, chi, and spirit had reached 7 million. He could upgrade his postnatal chaotic Taoist body and the Golden Crow immortal scripture. If he were to improve these 2 martial arts, he would be able to crush Ji Chang'an without activating the chaotic golden body. As his acquired chaotic Taoist body improved, the connate aura in Jiang Changkong's body became denser. The innate divine rune also grew a little. The Golden Crow immortal scripture was also improving. Jiang Changkong seemed to have transformed into a golden crow from the moment he was conceived to the moment he hatched. Following that was the boundless primal chaos. It was as if he was born from the primal chaos and transformed into a giant egg. The huge egg was shaped like an egg. The transformation came quickly, and it went quickly as well. Before Jiang Changkong could feel the profound mysteries of the primal chaos, the transformation was already complete. It was a pity, but he also knew that with his strength, this was all he could comprehend. If he wanted to truly experience the primal chaos, he would have to wait until the day he entered it. The Golden Crow immortal scripture had also reached Desheng. Taking a look at his essence, energy, and spirit, he still had 4 million left. He could push the Golden Crow immortal scripture to the pinnacle in one go. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian drove his spirit, energy, and spirit to raise the level of the Golden Crow immortal art. He transformed into a golden crow again, but this time he flew above the sun. An hour later, Jiang Changkong looked at his essence, chi, and spirit and found that he was only 10,000 points away from reaching the limit of the Golden Crow immortal scripture. After some thought, Jiang Changkong mobilized the power of the Almanac of Justice and coordinated it with the power of the heavenly way to find the 2 true gods who had committed great crimes. He lowered his cultivation and became a celestial deity. Now he had everything. These people could be used as his reserves of essence, energy, and spirit. The premise was that they were still doing evil and didn't know how to improve. He raised the Golden Crow Immortal Sutra to its limits, and Jiang Changkong also reached the limits of a god king. Jiang Changkong, peak immortal king, 6th revolution mysterious art, Deshang 1/8. 1,000,000 acquired chaotic Taoist body, Deshang 1/8. 1,000,000 golden crow immortal scripture, Deshang 3037, 500/3, 037, 500 essence, energy and spirit, 7, 5, 20. The Tao Comprehension Hall also revealed the Divine King Pinnacle chapter. This time, the 10 godly kings were completely mesmerized. They were not going to leave, not even if they were beaten to death. This was the true Holy Land. Only an idiot would be willing to leave this place. Jiang Changkong felt his strength. He didn't know if he could face the Divine Emperor. He still wasn't confident. After all, the Divine Emperor was still an expert who went against the acquired stage and became a Khanate stage expert. If he added the power of heaven, could he face it? Sitting in the Divine King Palace, Jiang Changkong felt the power of heaven expanding. The myriad Thunder Divine Nation was also included in the territory and became a part of the Holy Land. However, he didn't get anything in return. It was no longer possible to just expand the territory. He began to throw the resources he didn't need into the Holy Land. The mid-stage Immortal King also returned and handed over all his resources. 430,000 essence, energy, and spirit. It was not bad. The low-level parts were thrown into the Holy Land and the rest were kept. These resources in the Holy Land could be used, but they couldn't be taken away. This was the rule of the Holy Land, and it was also a rule he set. He left some of the resources for the little Dragon King and his friends in the mortal world in the future. When they ascended, they would properly improve in the Holy Land. The God Court's actions were slower than he imagined. 5 days passed, and he didn't see Ji Chang'an or the other gods of the God Court. It seemed like they had forgotten about him. It was worth mentioning that Faith could provide 30 essence, energy, and spirit points per hour. Jiang Changkong felt a special aura. It was the demon master Kuan-Yu. However, it wasn't his main body. He used clones to appear in the Holy Land. Now the Holy Land was merging. Some were moving and preparing to merge into a huge Holy Land Divine Nation. There were thousands of clones. The strongest one was a heavenly god, and the rest were mortal gods. Even if they lost this bit of power, it wouldn't affect them much. Jiang Changkong, didn't I still barge into this divine nation? The strongest clone turned into a golden bird and sneered proudly. With so many clones entering at once, even a god king wouldn't be able to detect them all at once. Moreover, even if they found him, they wouldn't come immediately and they wouldn't fight against some mortal gods and heavenly gods. As long as he was careful and didn't expose his identity, he would take the things he found. When he returned to the monster race, he would tell the monster Tharch about the humiliation and have the monster Tharch avenge him. And that ant-like monster emperor was only an immortal lord. He was only a heavenly monster and had the favor of the primordial monster Tharch. How could he be a monster emperor if he wasn't powerful? Even if he was going to be conferred the title of monster emperor, it should be him, not a golden bird with mixed feathers. This bird looks delicious. Let's catch it and roast it. A real god suddenly appeared behind him and grabbed him with his hand. Kuan-Yu, you're already a true god. Why do you still want to eat? Then Kuan-Yu found that his other clones were caught one after another. In the end, only the early stage mortal god escaped. Luckily, this clone is a lowly snake species. This holy land actually likes to eat birds. Truly despicable. Kuan-Yu was so angry that his body rolled a bit, and then he quickly swam away. In the sacred king hall, Jiang Changkong looked at the sky. A screen appeared in front of him, showing Kuan-Yu's snake clone. Why was this Kuan-Yu here? Moreover, his clone seemed to have a trace of the golden bird's aura. Could it be that this fellow really believed his second body's words and came here to look for treasures? During the Divine King Banquet, this guy seemed to want to find treasures in the various god nations. 3 divine stones of the same grade for each search. Jiang Changkong thought silently. That's 12,000 points of essence, chi, and spirit. looking for divine King Wanlei and the others. They probably brought a lot of resources. It was a pity that he didn't snatch their resources. But since they came to him, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. Thinking of this, he pointed a finger and sent a message when he saw Kuin Yu about to enter city. The city guard was a martial god. He immediately became excited when he received the message, but he quickly calmed down. The divine king had said to be calm and not let others see through him. Little snake, stop right there. The martial god went forward and stopped Kuin Yu. Kuin Yu stopped and looked at the martial god disdainfully. What's the matter? The entrance fee is 3 divine stones of the same grade, the martial god said coldly. Kuin Yu waved his hand and took out 3 first-grade divine stones. The martial god accepted the divine stones and said coldly, I'm talking about divine stones of the same grade as you. Kuin Yu. Chapter 612. Kuin Yu took a deep breath. This was his last clone. He could not expose it. He had to endure it. This demon master is not interested in such trash resources at all. After giving him 3 divine stones, Kuin Yu entered the city with his head held high. The martial god heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he did not mess up his task. However, this mortal god was really stupid. The Holy Land did not need to pay entrance fees anymore. Kuin Yu walked around the city. His body shone with golden light, but he did not sense anything. He had no choice but to leave the city. This time, he went to another city gate. The guard here was also a weak martial god, but he was stopped again. Exit fee. How was this Holy Land? This was clearly the blood-sucking demonic earth. Plucking feathers from wild geese was not like this. Kuin Yu handed over 3 early-stage, second-grade divine stones and prepared to leave. They are divine stones of the same grade as mine, the martial god said calmly after taking the second-grade divine stones. Kuin Yu's mouth twitched. My second-grade divine stones can be exchanged for many first-grade divine stones. If you have 8th-grade divine stones, will you exchange them for 7th-grade divine stones? The martial god asked. Kuin Yu was stunned. Of course not. The martial god nodded and looked at him like he was an idiot. Then tell me, why do I need your divine stones? No, they are my divine stones. The martial god said seriously, you will not exchange for low-grade divine stones, so I do not need to give you the change. Please pay the exit fee immediately. Damn, were the people in the Holy Land sick? This demon master is giving them to you. Kuin Yu left the city in a huff. When he found the treasure, he would lead the monster army and trample the Holy Land. Watching Kuin Yu leave, the martial god murmured, Lord Divine King is right. He is an idiot. If not for the fact that he was not strong enough, he would want to rob this guy. No, I did not bring many low-grade resources. If this continues, I will not be able to pay the entrance and exit fees. Kuin Yu murmured, also, the people in the Holy Land are not normal. I should send a human clone. The Holy Land should not eat humans. The human race feared or hated the monster race. He should send a human clone. Jiang Changkong looked at Kuin Yu in the Sage King Hall and doubted his life. This demon master is going to make me laugh my ass off sooner or later. He was still far away from her. She didn't know how long it would take for him to find her. This fellow wouldn't be slowly searching city by city, right? Should I reveal a trace of the aura of the Golden Crow or the aura of the Demon Emperor to guide him? Buzz. Divine power fluctuated. Someone else had arrived in the divine kingdom. The people who came this time were very strong. They were from the divine palace. They're finally here. Jiang Changkong looked at them. There were a total of 4 people. Other than Ji Chang'an, there were 2 god kings and 1 god monarch. God kings were the limit, and so were divine lords. After pondering for a while, Jiang Changkong willed it, and the golden ancient road appeared again. Ji Chang'an and the other 3 were not surprised. They stepped onto the ancient road and arrived at the Holy Land in an instant. Heavenly God of Justice, I have come to disturb you again. Ji Chang, and smiled and entered the Sage King Palace first. Jiang Changkong heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like the divine court was willing to accept him. It is this king's honor that Wu Xing is willing to come. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly. Everyone, please take a seat. The four sat down, and their subordinates came in to serve tea. After serving tea, they left respectfully. This time, Jiang Changkong said, "It's just some inferior immortal tea. I hope the four of you don't mind. The Holy Land cannot compare to the divine court." Ji Chang and sipped his tea and smiled. Heavenly God of Justice must be joking. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and looked at the other three. These three are God King Destruction, Water Virtue, and Golden House Star Monarch. Ji Chang, and introduced them one by one. Destruction, Water Virtue. Should this god be moved by these two? Jiang Changkong looked at the two god kings. Heavenly God of Justice must be joking. We came here with no ill intentions. God King Destruction smiled. Water Virtue also said, "I heard that the Heavenly God of Justice has some conflict with the Fire Virtue Immortal King. This king came here to see the Heavenly God of Justice. He should be called the Divine King of Justice now." The Golden House Star Monarch was a young man. Jiang Changkong sized up the two god kings and one divine lord. Immortal King Destruction wore a golden robe. He had long golden hair and a muscular body. God King Water Virtue was a woman. She wore a dark blue robe, and her eyes were also blue. The Golden House Star Monarch appeared much more ordinary. He was a little nervous and reserved in front of Jiang Changkong. The divine court is really powerful. In just 5 days, they have already figured out everything about this king. Jiang Changkong sighed. His smile faded, and he said indifferently, "Tell me why you are here." Ji Chang nodded slightly. The divine court allows you to establish the Holy Land, but you cannot expand it. Yes, but others cannot provoke this king, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Ji Chang continued, "That is not a problem. As for law enforcement, the divine court will not interfere in the Holy Land. Outside the Holy Land, God kings cannot enforce the law as they wish." Jiang Changkong agreed again. The divine court did not directly ask him to join. It was obvious that they knew what he had done in the heavenly court. If he caused a ruckus in the divine court would not let him off. Also, the Holy Land will be open to the heavenly court. Tao Comprehension Hall, Tao Sound Hall, Tao Art Palace, Ji Chang said. Jiang Changkong frowned. What benefits can this king get? Helping the divine court to nurture talents for free? God King of Justice, you should know your current situation, Ji Chang smiled, although he did not look down on him, nor did he mock him as a stray dog. But the truth was that Jiang Changkong did not have the right to talk about conditions now. This king can still live if he goes to the celestial court, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. This king can cross North Sea to come here, and I can cross North Sea to leave. If you really want to go to the celestial court, God King of Justice won't come to the divine court now, Water Virtue interrupted. This king can't tell you the secrets of the heavenly court, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Ji Chang frowned slightly. As far as we know, God King of Justice doesn't know much about the heavenly court's heavenly Tao. More than you. Jiang Changkong smiled. For example, I know a few immortal positions. How many? Ji Chang hurriedly asked. Let's talk about this king's benefits, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The three god kings glanced at each other. Gold House Star Lord was already ignored by them. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything else. He looked at them and pondered. The three were silent for 2 hours. Then Army Destruction Immortal King said, "What does God King of Justice want?" "It's either the power of heaven or cultivation resources." Jiang Changkong said calmly, "This king is alone now. The 5th and 6th grade mines and resources are all controlled by the divine court." power of heaven is impossible. God King can think of a way in the Holy Land. As for resources, we will calculate it according to cultivation level. How about 10 divine stones of the same grade for each realm? Ji Chang'an said. Jiang Changkong sneered. If you can help this king improve by 1 realm, this king will give you 1,000 divine stones of the same grade. How about it? The 3 god kings were a little embarrassed. This price was indeed a little low. Not to mention 1,000. At the end, it was no longer something that could be improved with resources. Although the divine court and heavenly court were powerful, they couldn't casually create god lords and god kings. They were interested in Tao comprehension halls, comprehensive comprehension, profound immortal scriptures, and Tao sound halls, Tao voice. As for Tao art palace, although they were interested, it was secondary. Chapter 613. Both sides discussed. 1,000 divine stones of the same grade was basically impossible. The price was too high. It was fine if he broke through a major realm, but divine court would be at a disadvantage. After half an hour of discussion, they finally settled on the price. A minor realm, 50 divine stones of the same grade. A major realm, 150 divine stones of the same grade. According to the realm after the breakthrough, if a divine lord became a god king, he would get god king grade divine stones. He only wanted divine stones and spirit accumulations. A golden core was fine too. He didn't need other resources. The golden core divine court wouldn't give him that. A golden core was better than divine stones of the same grade. After discussing the price, the Golden House Star Lord went to the Tao Comprehension Hall to cultivate. The rest was up to the 4 God Kings to discuss. God King of Justice, we are partners now. Please don't hide anything about the heavenly court. Ji Chang'an said. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and said, apart from me, there are 3 other immortal positions in the heavenly court. Who are they? Ji Chang'an asked quickly. I can only tell you what they are. As for who they are, I can't tell you. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Ji Chang and thought for a moment and said, they have a good relationship with the heavenly god of justice. It doesn't matter. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The Dragon King, the East Sea Dragon King, the Moon God, and the heavenly demon of justice. The heavenly demon of justice belongs to the demon race, right? That counts as part of the heavenly court? Ji Chang'an was stunned. He's on the heavenly court side. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, of course. All right, I heard that the East Sea Dragon King has a good relationship with the heavenly god of justice. God King of Justice, aren't you afraid of us attacking? Ji Chang, and asked the question in his heart. He thought that Jiang Changkong wouldn't say it because of their good relationship. He didn't expect the heavenly god of justice to betray the Dragon King. Jiang Changkong smiled. Why do you want to deal with the Dragon King? If the heavenly court wins, will the Dragon King be on the heavenly court side? Ji Chang'an smiled. Yes, since their relationship was so good, the Dragon King was also a partner of the heavenly court. When the time came, he would tell the Dragon King that Jiang Changkong was here. Wouldn't that mean he had a spy? Ji Chang'an asked again. You really can't reveal anything about the moon goddess? I only know of the moon immortal's position, but I don't know who it is. Jiang Changkong shook his head and said, on the other hand, I'm really curious about the divine court. Other than the martial song star, what other celestial positions are there? Ji Chang and sighed softly. The power of heaven in the divine court is not as good as you think. I only awaken the heavenly Tao because I accidentally obtained an immortal position. Oh? Jiang Changkong quickly asked, how is the heaven's power now? Let's continue talking about the heavenly court. How's the heavenly Tao recovering? Ji Chang'an said, heavenly court, the power of heaven has already enveloped the eastern sea. Before this king was exiled, the southern heavenly gate had the power of heaven. After such a long time, I believe that the other gates of heaven also have the power of heaven. Jiang Changkong didn't hide anything and said out loud, unify. Ji Chang'an pondered and said, "The divine court should be faster." "Not necessarily. On the celestial court side, Jinyuan and Peng Lai have sealed their sections. The celestial court is invincible now." Jiang Changkong said calmly, "Other than the Fey court, the heavenly court will soon be able to completely rule over it." "The divine court has the sacred land," Ji Chang'an suddenly said. "If they were to completely rule over it, wouldn't the divine court and the sacred land become enemies? The martial songstar is worrying too much. If the divine court can't accommodate this king will leave." Jiang Changkong said calmly, "Also, the sacred land can be moved. The eastern sea can accommodate it." Ji Chang nodded in satisfaction. The eastern sea would also submit to the divine court. As long as Jiang Changkong vacated his territory, it wouldn't be a problem to move it to the eastern sea. That was the eastern Sea Dragon King's concern. As for the eastern Sea Dragon King, he couldn't wait for the acting Dragon King to return. Ji Chang'an said, "There is one more thing that needs the Divine King of Justice's attention." "Please speak." "Demon Master Kuan-Yu. As the Fey Court's Demon Master, I don't know why he came to the Divine Court. The Divine Court wants to see what he is looking for and not alert him." Ji Chang'an said calmly. Jiang Changkong raised his hand. The void in front of him fluctuated and a black snake appeared. This is the Demon Master's clone. His main body didn't dare to come. So, the Divine King has been eyeing him for a long time. In that case, I can rest assured. Ji Chang'an smiled. Jiang Changkong retracted his divine power. "I will deal with the Demon Master. You don't have to worry. Also, I want to make a request. The sacred land won't be offered." "This," Ji Chang'an frowned. "All divine nations under the divine court had to offer offerings. If they didn't that mean they didn't submit to the divine court?" Jiang Changkong said again, "I promise that in the future battle with the heavenly court, I will charge at the front lines unconditionally. Also, after the victory, the entire Eastern Sea will submit unconditionally. The Dragon King will purify the 3 dead seas. One Dragon King won't be enough. Then we will raise 3 more Dragon Kings. With the ancestral dragon scripture and true dragon blood, it shouldn't be difficult to raise Dragon Kings, right?" Jiang Changkong smiled. "Okay, I will agree to the Divine King of Justice's condition on behalf of the Divine Court." Ji Chang'an laughed. Roping in a Divine King of Justice, and the 4 seas had exceeded his expectations. With Dragon Kings, the 4 seas could also be used and all kinds of treasures and resources could be produced. "I won't disturb the Divine King of Justice anymore. Let's go to the Tao Enlightenment Hall." Ji Chang and the 2 Divine Kings left for the Tao Enlightenment Hall. With Jiang Changkong's breakthrough, the Tao Enlightenment Hall was also raised to the limit of Divine Kings. Even if it was them, they would be able to gain a lot from comprehending inside. Jiang Changkong continued to monitor the Demon Master's clone. This time, the Demon Master had changed his clone again. However, this was just to let the people of the sacred land gain more benefits. Kuan-Yu learned to be smart and used a humanoid clone. No one caught him, but he still had to pay a fee to enter and leave the city. While watching Kuan-Yu's clone, he thought about how he could get more essence, energy, and spirit. Since he couldn't leave the sacred land to enforce the law, he could only let those people come in. Or he could attack the god spirits in the sacred land. There are many god spirits in the sacred land, from martial god to heaven god. There are very few true gods and pitifully few divine monarchs. Jiang Changkong frowned. The god kingdoms here were different from the celestial kingdoms in heavenly court. What subordinates did celestial kings have? Divine kings only needed resources and faith for the divine monarchs to build their own god kingdoms. A divine king would only have a few divine monarchs to keep up appearances, counting all his subordinates. There were less than 30 divine monarchs. There were more real gods, about 200 of them in total. It wasn't even enough for him to reach the peak of his Xian-Qi or Tao body. The demon master has a lot of resources, so I won't hold back. With a thought, Jiang Zhongkong gathered the power of heaven and chaos divine energy, condensing into a palace. Solar divine palace. He sent a message to Ji Chang, and who was in the sacred land. Water, the immortal king, said, "Divine king of justice, how are you going to deal with the demon master?" Heavenly court should have treasures from the sun star. Let the demon master use all his strength to rush over. In terms of profits, I will take 80% and you take 20%. How about it? Heavenly God of justice, your appetite is a bit too big. You want 80% for yourself? Water, the immortal king, frowned. It's more like it. Chapter 614. The Water, the immortal monarch, was a little angry. Jiang Changkong's appetite was too big. He wanted 80% even when working with the divine court. Jiang Changkong pointed at the sky. I have to control the sacred land at all times and keep an eye on the Yao Master. Also, this is the sacred land. The slightest mistake will cause great losses. 50-50, no more. Also, I don't know if we can get the treasures from the Yao Master. The Water, the immortal monarch, said. Can we contact the Yao Emperor of the Heavenly Court? Jiang Changkong asked. Of course. Don't tell me you want the Yao Emperor to help. They are both monsters, the Water, the immortal monarch, said. The Yao Emperor wants to help the monster race unify the world, but the Yao Master Kuan Yu doesn't care about the Yao Emperor. Although the Yao Emperor is not as strong as the Yao Master, he has Mount Huagua behind him. Jiang Changkong smiled. Mount Huagua? The Water, the immortal monarch, was shocked. This Yao Emperor is so capable that he obtained the support of Mount Huagua? Looks like you don't know much about the monster race. Jiang Changkong said, I want to talk to the Yao Emperor. MHM, leave it to me, the Water, the immortal monarch, said, but doesn't that mean we have to give a portion to the Yao Emperor? Only the monster race knows how much the Yao Master can carry and what his limit is. Jiang Changkong smiled. There will only be more. The Water, the immortal monarch, said, How much do we give him? We will each give 10%. Jiang Changkong said calmly. It's best to work with the ape god and not the Yao Emperor. I understand. The ape god of Mount Huagua is the one in charge. The Water, the immortal monarch, had an expression that said he understood. Jiang Changkong remained silent. What do you understand? My secondary body is the Yao Emperor and the golden crow found by the primordial Yao monarch. How can I betray the monster race? No matter what, the demon emperor had to show how loyal he was to the demon court. Even if demon master Kuan Yu had offended him, he could not betray him. However, Sun Yuan was different. He was a monkey from the flower fruit mountain. No matter how much he cultivated, he could not erase the arrogance in his bones. If he had the chance, he would teach the demon master a lesson. He wanted to let him know that the flower fruit mountain wasn't something that could be easily squashed. He wanted to help the demon emperor vent his anger. When the conflict between the two sides reached a certain level, the demon monarch would be forced by the mountain of flowers and fruit to resist. Water, the immortal king, left and returned to Celestial Court. He wanted to find a way to contact the ape god of Celestial Court. Jiang Changkong continued to monitor the demon master in the Sage King Palace. The Golden Crow Immortal Scripture, the Ancestral Dragon Scripture, and the Supreme Purity Immortal Scripture could all be inscribed on it. The incomplete Golden Crow Immortal Scripture might not be enough to drive the demon master crazy, but it could give him a clue that what he was looking for was here. Apart from that, he also needed to create a relic. Just use the Golden Crow relics? No, that's too obvious. Let's go with the Moon Goddess. Inside the Moon God's ruins, he would place the Golden Crow's treasure and then fake it. With the help of the Divine Court and the Divine Ape of Mount Huagua, the Demon Master shouldn't be able to tell. He pondered for 3 days. Water, the Immortal King, returned with a faint smile on his face. Looks like you've gained quite a lot Jiang Changkong said. Unexpectedly, the Grand Marshal under the Demon Emperor, Divine Ape Sun Yuan, immediately agreed. The only thing that annoys me is that the godly ape wants too much. Water Virtue Immortal King said. How much? Jiang Changkong asked calmly. 30%. We will each contribute another 5%. Water the Immortal King replied. You agree? Jiang Changkong frowned. That's a little too much. He promised that if Demon Master has any God Emperor grade treasures, he will give them to us. Water Virtue Immortal King said. Jiang Changkong frowned. God Emperor level? Are you confident? To your divine court or to me? Of course, to the divine court. But don't worry, if there really is a God Emperor grade treasure, you'll be rewarded. Water Virtue Immortal King sat on a chair with a smile on her pretty face. 80%. Jiang Changkong nodded. This is my plan. Water Virtue Immortal King listened quietly and looked at the palace created by Jiang Changkong's divine power and heavenly power. It's possible, but we'll have to wait for the divine ape to come. Sun Yuan plans to come? Jiang Changkong was slightly startled. Sun Yuan planned to come to the divine court? Water Virtue Immortal King said. That's right. The divine ape will come in person. He's already on the way and will arrive in 2 days at most. Jiang Changkong frowned. Without the protection of a God Emperor, how will he cross the North Sea? The divine court, heavenly court, and celestial court all have their own passageways. The divine court allowed him to come here, Water Virtue Immortal King explained. The Water Virtue Immortal Monarch paused momentarily before asking curiously, Who protected the heavenly god of justice back then? Jiang Changkong fell silent. I swam over by myself. Just thinking about it makes me sad. I met a mighty figure who was crippled and chopped into several pieces. The divine king of justice's background is not small either. Water Virtue Immortal King smiled and took out a jade token. You can talk to Sun Yuan first. I heard that you two are old acquaintances. Jiang Changkong took the jade token and was not in a hurry to contact him. This Sun Yuan is really not afraid of death. He came in person, with the support of Flower and Fruit Mountain, who would dare to kill him. Water Virtue Immortal King said softly, This divine ape is quite loyal. Oh, Jiang Changkong chuckled. The Demon Emperor also wanted to come to the divine court and wanted to contact the God Emperor of Flower and Fruit Mountain for protection. But Demon Master Kuan-Yu intercepted him. The more Water Virtue Immortal King spoke, the happier she became. She could not hide the smile on her face. Jiang Changkong listened to her and cooperated with her. That's really interesting. Let's wait for the divine ape to come. I'll talk to him in person. Water Virtue Immortal King stood up. I'm going to choose the location for the ruins. Jiang Changkong sent her away. Ji Chang'an and the others were still in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. He was really surprised that Sun Yuan came in person. He thought that it would be fine if he could send a clone or contact him remotely to give him guidance. He did not see Sun Yuan at his secondary body's place. This divine ape came without notifying his secondary body. His loyalty was commendable. He had to take good care of him. There should be no problem. In the Holy Land, as long as the God Emperor did not come, no one could kill him. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and divine ape sneaked into the Holy Land. In the next moment, the divine ape appeared in the Sage King Palace. Jiang Changkong smiled. General Sun Yuan, what a rare guest. Heavenly God of Justice, long time no see. The divine ape cupped his hands and said, The Demon Emperor and the Heavenly God are friends. He specially sent me here to deal with Kuan-Yu. Jiang Changkong shook his head and laughed. The Demon Emperor did not send you here. You came here yourself. Tell me, what do you want to do? Jiang Changkong said, I've thought about it on the way here. I want the Heavenly God of Justice and the other godly kings to listen to me and set up the ruins. Sun Yuan said, Okay, Jiang Changkong said without hesitation. Sun Yuan's expression became serious. If we want to set up the demon race ruins, we can't do without Kuan Peng. Jiang Changkong frowned. The demon master Kuan Peng is an important existence of the archaic demon court. If we don't, the demon master will probably be angry and leave the route we arranged. Chapter 615. Below the holy earth, divine force surged. All types of materials were refined, and sun-divine flames filled the air. The Kuan Peng spread its wings and lifted the ruins. Since they were here to earn resources and not to waste resources, the materials weren't that good. At the very beginning, the entrance was only for heavenly gods. Later on, it would be strengthened to the divine sovereign level. As for a level 6 god king, sorry, I can't afford it. I can only use my secret arts and god power to deal with it. The divine sunfire was a treasure of the golden crow of the divine court. The Kuan Peng was refined under the guidance of the old ape. The divine court had Kuan Peng treasures left behind, but it only borrowed its aura. Apart from these, there was also the extreme Yin divine power and Jiang Changkong's chaos divine power. Chaos was the source of all things. It was used to suppress the ruins and suppress everything. Jiang Changkong had personally dealt with this primordial chaos. Next was the treasure. Jiang Changkong used the power of the heavens and gathered the golden crow divine flame to forge a secret key. Then he used the power of heaven to leave behind the illusion of a palace. Profound, secret techniques were laid down in the relic. For peak god kings executed the techniques at the same time. With the 4 of them working together, Demon Master Kuan, you wouldn't be able to see through them no matter how powerful he was. Moreover, only the higher-ups of the demon race knew how to activate this secret technique. Although Jiang Changkong had not used his full strength, the means he had set up far surpassed the strength he had displayed when he fought against the 2 of them alone. Looking at the completed ruins, Jiang Changkong looked at Sun Yuan and asked, "Are you sure you can hide it from Kuan Yu?" "Of course there's no problem. Apart from the fact that the materials are a little lacking, we have your methods and the history of the demon court engraved by the old ape. If Kuan Yu were to come, he would only treat it as an ordinary relic at first, but he would be overjoyed once he entered." Sun Yuan sneered and said, "In addition to these auras, let's wait for a good show." Jiang Changkong did not say anything else and brought them back to the Sage King Hall. The void rippled and countless Kuan Yu clones appeared, as well as the situation of the ruins. Jiang Changkong secretly controlled a martial god to arrive at the relic. Rumble. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The relic had appeared. Roar. A resounding dragon roar rang out, and many mysterious beast images roared in the sky. The dragon cry shook the heavens, resounding through the entire Holy Land. It also startled Kuan Yu. This is the aura of a true dragon. Furthermore, this aura is extremely ancient. Kuan Yu exclaimed. The ancient true dragon aura was like the return of an ancient true dragon. Then, the figures of the mysterious beasts excited Kuan Yu even more. Bai Zhe Gui Che. Those are the primordial demonic marshals. But in the next moment he was stupefied. The beings of the Holy Land all knelt on the ground and prayed. Of course, he wasn't praying for these beasts. Kuan Yu knew that the demon race wasn't welcome here. However, these ants were actually praying to Jiang Changkong. "Your Majesty, the great God King, the ruins have appeared. Your humble subjects are willing to offer the ruins to the God King." Kuan Yu. Are you all idiots? This is the relic of a powerful demon. Moreover, the aura of the golden crow in his body had already sensed it. It was in the ruins. No, if Jiang Changkong got the relic, what would he have to do with it? How was he going to explain this to the demon emperor? However, he could not stop them. Jiang Changkong was the faith of the Holy Land. He had already heard the prayers of these ants. This is a low-level relic. I will give it to you. Everything you find is yours. Jiang Changkong's voice spread to every corner of the Holy Land. "Thank you, God King." Countless people cheered and kowtowed as they rushed toward the relic. A low-level relic? How was that possible? Was Jiang Changkong blind? He couldn't recognize those beasts and the aura of an ancient true dragon? Kuan Yu's instincts told him that there was something wrong with the relic. But regardless of whether there was a problem or not, he had to make a trip. After all, it was just a weak clone. Even if it died, it wouldn't be a big loss. Kuan Yu mixed in with the people of the Holy Land and headed toward the relic. The relic had already appeared, and the entrance was on the ground. Martial gods, human gods, heaven gods, and even near gods entered the relic. Kuan Yu also entered. He was slightly confused. This was really a low-level relic. There were only heaven gods here. There was a huge tunnel inside the relic that extended deep into the relic. He had no idea where it led to. "A heavenly god's relic. This is great," a heaven god said excitedly. Kuan Yu walked alone. He was confused. Why would the aura of the golden crow resonate with this low-level relic? Could it be that he had accidentally fallen into the ruins? The people of the Holy Land walked forward. Kuan Yu had a unique feeling. Kuan Peng's aura. The history of the monster race was carved on the walls of the tunnel. Kuan Yu was very familiar with it. He even saw the birth of the legendary North Sea and old ancestor Kuan Peng. This made him even more confused. It was just a low-level relic, so why would there be so many ancient monster race auras? First, it was the true dragon, monster commander, and now there was the Kuan Peng and the golden crow. This wasn't something a low-level relic could have. Boom! A true god flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. This is a true god relic. True god relic? Kuan Yu's mind shook. He rushed forward and a cold light tore through the air. Extreme Een Bang! The clone was destroyed. Extreme Een divine power. That's extreme Een divine power. Outside the relic, Kuan Yu said excitedly. He didn't feel any pain from the death of the clone. After Kuan Yu's clone died, his interspatial ring fell too. In order to enter and leave the city to search, each of his clones had brought resources. The interspatial ring was taken away by Jiang Changkong silently. It was just some low-level resources. Kuan Yu and his clones all rushed in. Extreme Een divine power was related to the moon god. This seemingly low-level relic contained a huge secret of the monster race. Jiang Changkong, that idiot, must have only seen the surface and didn't know what was going on inside. In the Sage King Hall, Jiang Changkong, 3 humans, and 1 ape observed the situation of the relic. "Is this Kuan Yu worthy of being the demon master?" Sun Yuan said disdainfully. "He will only embarrass the monster race." Jiang Changkong, "Why don't you take a look? We are 4 god kings at the limit. Also, the auras of the divine court's treasures are ancient enough. Isn't it normal for them to fool the demon master? I'm worried about whether we can take the god emperor's treasures if the demon master really has them." Ji Chang'an said. Jiang Changkong asked, "What about the divine court god emperor?" Sun Yuan said, "Exalted gods can't make a move easily. That means the divine court and monster court are at war. We'll do our best. Or the treasures will belong to whoever is capable. What do you think?" Jiang Changkong smiled. "The divine king of justice is really confident. Unfortunately, it won't work," Water Virtue Immortal King said. Water Virtue Immortal King said, "If we really obtain a god emperor's treasure, God King will contribute a lot, so we can give God King more resources. It's time to move on to the next step so that the demon master doesn't have to worry about anything," Sun Yuan said. "Divine court, take the divine king of justice away. Taking him away will cause chaos in the sacred land. Let's treat me to tea in the name of inviting me to heaven." Jiang Changkong smiled. "We should leave first before opening the relic. It's too much of a coincidence if we leave now." "It's the same. The relic appeared as soon as we left." "It's also a coincidence," Sun Yuan said disdainfully. He's just a dumb bird. Does he really think he's the demon master Kuan-Peng? The four looked at each other and found it funny. Sun Yuan really didn't forget to make fun of Kuan Yu. This guy's resentment was not small. Hopefully, the demon master wouldn't go crazy and kill him after finding out. Chapter 616. In the sky above the sacred land, Ji Chang and the other two arrived. Their bodies shone with golden light and clouds filled the sky. Planet Wuziu, Ji Chang, and has come to the sacred land to invite the god kings to the divine court. Ji Chang, An's voice spread throughout the sacred land. Thank you, Planet Wuziu, for coming personally. Jiang Changkong stepped out of the sacred land and left with them. All the people in the sacred land saw this. They cheered. The god kings of the divine court invited their own god kings to the divine court. Did the other god kings receive such treatment? Seeing this, Kuan Yu was a little confused. As a demon master, he was not really stupid. He had a trace of doubt in his heart. However, the ancient aura in the ruins suppressed his doubts. Even if there was a problem, he had to go. Not to mention that Jiang Changkong had left. Even if Jiang Changkong hadn't left, wouldn't he still have to continue investigating? Even if true gods couldn't pass through, some true gods had to ask a god to possess them. They used a bit of god power to strengthen themselves and barely made it through. The heavenly gods couldn't do it. They could only wander around the entrance and didn't get anything. Kuan Yu's clones started to merge and form a true god clone. The power of Yin attacked again. Kuan Yu easily blocked it and walked forward. The path was winding and true god attacks would appear from time to time. After walking for half a day, Kuan Yu finally reached the end. A golden light was blinding. The ancient Kuan-Peng's aura touched his heart. Boom! Divine light swept past and Kuan Yu's clone exploded again. Why did Kuan-Peng attack me? I am a pure-blooded Kuan-Peng, the descendant of the monster master. So vicious. I wonder if his main body will come. Jiang Changkong said. Not for now. Sun Yuan said calmly, he won't come until the end and see those secret techniques. Speaking of which, what are you monsters looking for? Ji Chang'an asked. Apart from dealing with Kuan Yu, you also came to find that thing, right? Sun Yuan remained silent. Say it. You have been targeted by the divine court, Water Virtue Celestial King said. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything and continued to look at the changes in space. Sun Yuan thought for a while and said, I don't know. It's just that the demonic sovereign has a faint feeling. As for what it is exactly, no one knows. Then you should let the demon emperor come here. Ji Chang'an said, maybe he will sense it when he comes. The monster emperor won't come. He has already given the treasure to the monster court. Sun Yuan sighed. Jiang Changkong secretly curled his lips. Since he was already here, there was no need for his secondary body to come over. Are you demon emperors so useless? You can just give up a treasure you sensed yourself. God King Vanquisher said disdainfully. Sun Yuan's gaze turned cold and murderous. Deity King defeating armies, don't spout nonsense. Be careful not to invite trouble upon yourself. My apologies, Bunwang's words were wrong. I'm just sighing that the demon emperor is so tolerant to be able to tolerate the provocation of the demon master. Although God King defeating armies was apologizing verbally, he did not sound apologetic at all. He said in a strange tone, thinking back to the primordial era, the demon sovereign eastern monarch Tai was so domineering. Sun Yuan sneered and said nothing. He is indeed a little too lenient. The celestial world is a world of the strong. Only an expert like the primordial demon emperor can suppress the monster race. Ji Chang'an also said, a qualified demon emperor. Sun Yuan remained silent. Jiang Changkong looked at the three god kings. Water Virtue Immortal King also said, the demon emperor has always been the symbol of domineering, no matter who he is facing. The three of them provoked Sun Yuan in a frenzy, causing the demon emperor's subordinate Grand Marshal to feel very uncomfortable. They are questioning the Demon Emperor and looking down on him. The Demon Emperor is not worthy? Not domineering enough? When he first led us, he did not give Heavenly King Ziwei any face, and even slapped Heavenly King Ziwei's face. But now, the Demon Emperor has indeed softened a little. What they said was the truth. Jiang Changkong suddenly wanted to thank these 3 god kings. Although they clearly did not have good intentions and wanted to provoke internal strife among the monster race. However, this was completely helping him. The more they provoked him, the more determined this old ape was, and he encouraged his Demon Emperor to stand up and establish his own faction. This old ape had this intention from the beginning. He did not listen to the orders of the monster court and only respected the Demon Emperor. This was agreed at the beginning. Sun Yuan had been like this until now. This is because the Demon Emperor does not have any experts by his side. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "This king has some friendship with the Demon Emperor. If the Demon Emperor had my cultivation level, he would be able to be more forceful." That's right, in this world, strength is confidence. The 3 god kings said, if the Demon Emperor wants to be forceful, he might not be comparable to the current monster Arch, but at least have the strength to challenge him. Sun Yuan lowered his head deeply. Although Mount Huaguo was powerful, he could not contact them now. There were many grievances that he could not tell them. If he could contact them, Kuan-Yu was nothing. Jiang Changkong said the right time. Immortal Lord Sun has been trapped for many years. Why don't you make a trip to the Holy Land and come out of seclusion after becoming a god king? Sun Yuan knew how magical the Holy Land was. But since Jiang Changkong did not say anything, he was too embarrassed to take the initiative to mention it. Now that there was such a chance, he quickly cupped his hands. "Thank you, God King of Justice, for your kindness. There is no need to thank me. The Demon Emperor helped me before, and this is my repayment," Jiang Changkong said. Above the stars, the true heaven realm, the Demon Emperor and the God King will meet again. Sun Yuan said firmly, "Above the stars? The true heaven realm?" Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" Sun Yuan was slightly stunned. "God King, you don't know? The endless stars are the true heaven realm. The immemorial era, the ancient heavenly court where the immortals lived. There are many ruins and chaos divine items left inside. It all depends on one's strength." "Heaven realm?" Jiang Changkong pondered. "Please tell me the details." After the ancient era, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and the true heaven realm lost contact with it. However, the various immortal god manners and various divine stars lost the heavenly Tao's suppression and erupted with terrifying power. Some divine stars are difficult for even immortal kings to enter, and some immortal emperors do not dare to enter easily. Above the stars, chaos currents fell, and chaos storms appeared occasionally, bringing out many chaos treasures. Some immortal kings and god kings were active in the endless stars. If they could find an unexplored mansion, it would be a huge gain. "Let's talk about the Demon Master later," Ji Chang'an said indifferently. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. These 3 had never mentioned this to him. Clearly, they did not want to bring him there. He did not know if Ji Chang'an found his immortal position in the stars. Sun Yuan did not think much of it and continued, "I heard that the heaven realm hides a path. It is the path that the ancient immortals and gods took to leave. However, so many years have passed, and no one has found that path." "The path that the ancient immortals and gods took to leave?" Jiang Changkong thought, "Even if it is found now, no one is willing to search for it." It was not that no one was willing, but that they were not strong enough. More than one sage had left back then. Until now, there had been no news, and no immortals and gods had returned. Who knew whether there was danger or not, and how dangerous it was? Jiang Changkong thought of the demon ancestor. He was tired of playing in the immortal world, and wanted to play in a more exciting place. Just how exciting was a place that could make Rahu say something exciting? God kings like them, and even the current immortal world, could not afford to play in such excitement. Chapter 617. Back then, after the heavenly Tao collapsed, the heavenly realm split apart. The boundless starry sky was where the immortal world used to be, the residence of the immortals. The moon palace was on the moon, and the imperial palace of the demon court was on the sun. However, it was too long ago, and the good things were long gone. The existence of the heavenly Tao, in addition to protecting the heavenly realm and the immortal realm, also had the ability to defend against the primordial chaos. Without the protection of the heavenly Tao, the primal chaos would continue to corrode the starry sky and assimilate into the primal chaos. If the heavenly Tao didn't recover and no saints were born, the world of immortals would one day return to chaos. Of course, this would take a very long time. Most of the immortals would not be able to see it, because it was very likely that they would not live for long before they were killed by others. Since ancient times, almost 1/10 of the starry sky had been eroded. That was the data of the demon court. He didn't know if it was 1/10. Back then, the ancient immortal gods had entered the primal chaos from the heaven realm, which was the current starry sky. No one knew where they went. Due to the corrosion and assimilation of the primal chaos, it was almost impossible to find the way out of the primal chaos, unless he became a primordial chaos saint. Even sages of the heavenly Tao couldn't stay in the primal chaos for long. They could only borrow the support of the heavenly Tao to open up a small world and resist the assimilation of the primal chaos. Immortal emperors, god emperors, these kinds of experts could survive in the primal chaos for a period of time. A few hundred years wouldn't be a problem. However, if he couldn't replenish it, it would be difficult for him to survive for several years. Immortal venerables could live for thousands of years without any accidents. There were also treasures in the primal chaos. Although the primal chaos windstorms and primal chaos currents were extremely dangerous, they could still bring in some primal chaos divine stones. These stones were almost indestructible when used to forge divine weapons. Just by adding some chaos divine stone fragments and powder, one could forge a grade 6 divine artifact. Jiang Changkong was wondering if the chaos divine stone could withstand his god force. If he could, he would also be able to forge a god artifact that belonged to him. However, if one wanted to explore the cosmos and search for treasures, they would have to pass through the celestial court or the celestial court. Even large sects like the Zhan Yuan immortal sect were unable to ascend to the starry sky and explore the treasures of the heaven realm by themselves. That was because, even though the heavenly realm had dispersed, some of the arrangements made by the ancient immortals and gods were still there. Unless it was an immortal, venerable level existence, one could only borrow the power of heaven to manifest a heavenly passageway. Now, only the top forces like the divine court had access to the path to the heavens. After saying all this, Sun Yuan went to the Tao Enlightenment Hall to study. Ji Chang'an and others didn't say anything. Obviously, they didn't want to take him up. They could not make the decision unless the celestial court agreed to it. Jiang Changkong collected his thoughts and continued to look at the ruins. Kuan Yu sent another clone. This time it was a peak divine monarch. As the history of the monster race came to an end, Kuan Yu felt the power of the various monster race restrictions. He was even more convinced that what he was looking for was here, until his doppelganger was destroyed by the restriction once again. Ji Chang'an and the others were very patient, staring at the ruins. Jiang Changkong left immediately, a map of the divine court appearing in his mind. He had yet to sense what the fiend ancestor wanted him to find. With the 3 godly monarchs watching over him, Kuan Yu could not do anything. He could go out and take a walk. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong informed Ji Chang'an and the others and stepped out of the Holy Land. As long as he didn't casually enforce the law, the divine court wouldn't care about him. After leaving the Holy Land, Jiang Changkong flew aimlessly. An hour later, Jiang Changkong did not sense anything, but he was not anxious. He hid his figure. As long as it wasn't a god emperor, no one would be able to find him. A day passed. Jiang Changkong went around half of the divine court's notified area. The remaining areas were very powerful, unlike before, where they didn't care. Jiang Changkong slowed down even more. The divine court had many tricks up their sleeves. To prevent any accidents, he had to be careful. Time flowed by as he searched. Another 2 days passed, and Jiang Changkong had searched the entire divine court. He was just a step away from reaching the heavens. There was still no response from the fiend ancestor. Could it be that the fiend ancestor's item had already been taken away by the divine court? This fiend ancestor is not reliable at all. Jiang Changkong shook his head. He was about to say something when his jade token lit up. Ji Chang'an's voice sounded, "Godly monarch of justice, you should be back." "I'll be back soon. Are you preparing to take action?" Jiang Changkong replied and rushed back at full speed. "No, this guy has deceived many godly monarchs, and even godly monarchs." Ji Chang'an smiled and said, "He is looking for trouble for you." "Godly monarchs? Other than you, godly monarchs. Didn't the other godly monarchs join the divine court?" Jiang Changkong frowned and said, "The divine court is helping him?" Ji Chang'an said indifferently, "Who said they joined the divine court? Some powerful godly monarchs are unwilling to join and went to the ancient heaven world. Such a good place. Why don't you bring me there?" Jiang Changkong was a little unhappy. "Godly monarch of justice, you just came to the divine court and you want to go there?" Ji Chang'an smiled and said. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. Ji Chang'an was right. He had just come to the divine court and caused a lot of trouble. He conquered the sacred land. The divine court was already being lenient by not punishing him. This demon master is really scheming. You people from the divine court just let him invite you over? Some of them are from the monster race. There are also some rogue godly monarchs who will do anything as long as they're given resources. Jiang Changkong kept the jade token. He had arrived. He directly appeared in the Saint King Hall. Ji Chang'an and the others were looking at the void and the ruins. 3 godly monarchs, 10 godly monarchs. One of them was a peak godly monarch, the other 2 were early stage, and the godly monarchs were peak. Including the demon master Kuan-Yu, there were 4 godly monarchs. This demon master can even summon the wind and rain in the divine court. Jiang Changkong smiled and said, "However, I have to thank him for sending such a big gift." "What does godly monarch mean?" Ji Chang'an and the others were puzzled. "This is the sacred land. I can enforce the law." Jiang Changkong opened the heavenly book, and the information of the 13 people appeared. Only one of them had his cultivation reduced. The other 12 were all sentenced to death. The 3 of them didn't speak. This was what they had agreed on. If Jiang Changkong had the ability to enforce the law, that was his own business. However, Ji Chang'an still said, "The demon master is more important. God monarch, don't lose the bigger picture." "Don't worry, this demon master can't escape," Jiang Changkong said confidently. With the support of the sacred land, he was confident that he could take down Kuan-Yu. Even the fastest person wouldn't be able to escape. "When do we act?" Water the Immortal King asked. "When he gets the treasure, the mystic technique we set up will be enough to exhaust the demon master. He will also be slightly injured. Even with pills, he won't be able to fully recover in a short time." Jiang Changkong looked at their analysis. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed. He really did sense a hint of danger from Kuan-Yu. A god-darch treasure. Thinking of the pressure that the immortal emperor's head gave him, Jiang Changkong also became vigilant. Although he was confident, he could not underestimate a god-darch treasure. In the deepest part of the ruin, only Kuan-Yu and the others were left. In order to obtain the thing that he sensed, Kuan-Yu's main body came. He was a peak godly monarch. 3 godly monarchs and 10 godly monarchs followed closely behind Kuan-Yu. After advancing for another 15 minutes and breaking the restriction, Kuan-Yu and the others stopped and looked ahead excitedly. Chapter 6:18. The giant Kuin Pung carried the ancient ruins on its back. An ancient demonic aura emanated from the ruins. It was a huge palace, half of which was burning with sun divine fire, forming the image of a golden crow. Half of the Tien cold chi turned into solid ice. The jade toad was faintly discernible. Extreme yin and extreme yang. Demon Master, it seems like there are only godly kings here. There aren't even god emperors. The peak godly king frowned. If he really was an ancient demon, he should be at least a god Tharch and not a god king. This demon master is also confused, but there is indeed something that this demon master needs inside. Kuin Yu's expression was solemn. Then, a trace of confidence appeared on his face. I'm fully prepared this time. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and charged towards the huge palace on the back of the Kuin Pung. The 13 experts hurriedly followed. A barrier appeared, and Kuin Yu's eyes lit up. His demonic aura surged. Kuin Pung seal. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. The Kuin Pung restriction was not something that ordinary demons could know of. The heavenly god of justice was even more clueless. The Kuin Pung restriction must have blocked the heavenly god of justice's prying eyes and made him think that this was an ordinary ruin. The group stood on the back of the Kuin Pung and looked at the huge palace with excitement in their eyes. Let's go. Kuin Yu quickly walked over and stopped in front of the huge palace. What's wrong? The 3 godly kings were puzzled. Kuin Yu's eyes shone with a strange light. This is a top-notch restriction of the demon race. Only the ancient demon race can come into contact with it. In that case, this place was really left behind by the ancient demon race. But why is it so strange? From the outside, it looks like a low-level relic. The 3 god kings were puzzled. Perhaps this is the ancestors' intention. Kuin Yu looked as if he had seen through everything. If we make it too strong, it will be difficult for us demons to enter, and we will attract attention. In particular, we will also be attacked by the restriction, which shows the profound intention of the ancestors, making people think that this is just an ordinary demon race's doing. You should know that the monster race has declined since the primordial era and has almost gone extinct several times. My ancestor used this low-key method to hide the true treasures, making those powerful beings overlook this place. The Demon Master is wise. As expected of the Demon Master, with the Demon Master's assistance, the Demon Court will definitely unify the immortal world. The Demon Master and the Demon Emperor will unite the immortal world and turn it into a paradise for the demon race. The group of people immediately started to flatter him, their faces full of admiration. Kuin Yu enjoyed it very much. Back off, all of you. I'll open the seal myself. Within the Holy King Hall, Jiang Changkong rubbed his forehead. How did this guy become a demon master? Ji Chang and thought seriously. Maybe it's because he's a Kuin Pung. I think it's most likely because of the race. The monster race is a race that attaches great importance to bloodlines. Water Virtue Immortal King said. Very likely. Immortal King Vanquisher agreed with their analysis. Jiang Changkong tapped the deity position with his fingertips. He felt that even without him doing anything, the Demon Master could destroy the Demon Court. With Sun Yuan's guidance, Kuin Yu couldn't see through their moves. However, ever since they had met, the Demon Master had never done anything normal. How many normal demons would dare to cut off the connection with Huagu Mountain? If that group of monkeys came out and didn't use the iron rod to smash his head, then what was the use of this iron rod? Boom! As the Demon Master attacked, the entire Kuin Pung ruins shook. The Tharch Palace released the divine light of Yin and Sunday. The 3 godly kings and 10 divine lords became more and more excited. Buzz! A mysterious light shot out in front of the palace and devoured Kuin Yu's divine power. Kuin Yu's divine power was drained rapidly, but he didn't panic at all. Instead, he increased the speed of injecting divine power. As the divine power was injected, marks and special patterns appeared in the air. He consumed a pill to recover his divine power. Ku-in Yu felt the aura of the golden crow in his body become stronger and stronger. Rumble. The shaking became more and more intense. Ku-in Yu said in a deep voice, "Stabilize this place. Don't let that idiot Jiang Changkong sense it." Jiang Changkong. You're really arrogant. I should hang you on a barbecue grill. Ji Chang. And the others held back their laughter. Their bodies were twitching. The 13 of them quickly took action and used their divine power to suppress the ruins to prevent the shaking from attracting attention. Buzz. The restriction patterns released light and various monster phantoms appeared in the air. With a boom, a powerful airwave swept out. The strength of the counterforce was beyond their expectations. Pucci. Blood splattered and the demon master was sent flying. The other god kings and divine lords were also injured. They looked shocked. I underestimated the ancestors' strength. Ku-in Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "It's good that you can solve it," the 3 god kings said. Ku-in Yu stood up and looked forward. There was a key in the shape of a golden crow floating in the air in front of the palace. Half of it was the true fire of the sun, and the other half was the power of Yin. The huge words on the signboard of the huge palace shocked them. Heavenly Tao Palace. Ku-in Yu held the key, and a message entered his mind. The Heavenly Tao Palace contained the Tao scriptures of the 10,000 races, a top immortal scripture from the primordial era. There were also insights into the immortal scriptures and the notes of the mighty figures of the monster race. Apart from that, there were also the weaknesses of the 10,000 races and a supreme chaos scripture. This chaos scripture was extremely difficult to cultivate, but if it was successful, it would definitely be able to become a chaotic essence cultivator. It was obtained by the demon god in the chaos. Unfortunately, the demon god had already become a heavenly Tao saint. As such, the scripture had always been stored away. No one cultivated it, and it had never been circulated. Chaotic essence. Ku-in Yu could no longer suppress the joy in his heart and hurriedly rushed to the huge palace. If he could obtain that scripture and cultivate it successfully, the demon god or the demon court would be his. That would be his demon court, and the entire celestial world would be his. Even if the celestial world was destroyed, a chaotic essence saint would be able to roam the chaos. A supreme, fortuitous opportunity was right in front of him. Ku-in Yu activated the secret key, Buzz. An invisible energy fluctuation made the palace hazy like an illusion. Ku-in Yu was stunned. A figure that he hated and wanted to smash to ashes appeared. Demon Master Ku-in Yu, long time no see. The ruins shook and Jiang Changkong appeared silently. The palace also disappeared completely. Jiang Changkong, I didn't expect to attract your attention. Where's the palace? The demon master's expression was cold. He carefully put away the secret key in his hand and kept it close to his body. The corner of Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. Can't you see? Forget it. I'll just suppress it. There's still us. Ji Chang'an and the other 2 appeared and said in surprise, I really didn't expect to catch a big fish right after returning from tea. Demon Master. The other 13 demons had solemn expressions and worry on their faces. The 3 of them were all at the peak of the God King realm. Among them, only Ku-in Yu was at the peak of the God King realm. The strongest of the others were only at the peak of the God King realm. The other 2 God Kings only had early-stage strength. Don't worry, you guys can block half a move if you work together, Ku-in Yu said arrogantly. Jiang Changkong was slightly stunned. Half a move. The other 3 God Kings were also stunned. You were beaten up by the judicial God King previously. Was a God Emperor treasure that powerful? The 3 godly monarchs had never seen a complete God Emperor treasure before. They had only seen incomplete ones. Half a move is enough to kill you. Chapter 619. Half a move is enough to kill you, he said proudly. Demonic energy surged and his divine might surged. A unique connate aura that far surpassed that of a god king shook the void of the celestial world. The entire ruin couldn't withstand this pressure and started to crack. The might of a god surged out. It was like a connate god had awakened from a deep slumber, ancient, vast, and desolate. Countless connate divine runes shone in the void, forming a connate restriction that suppressed the space. This was a god-darch treasure, a connate divine treasure, the might of a god. It was like a terrifying existence that stood above the world, jumping out of the river of time and transcending the celestial world. It was like the essence of the celestial world's laws and ancient Tao. Kuan Yu swallowed a pill and infused his divine power into a spear. The pressure of a god made Jiang Changkong's heart sink and his body bend. The aura of a god far exceeded his expectations. If it was the last time Kuan Yu took out a god-darch treasure, he might not be his match. Even now he felt a terrifying pressure. The difference between postnatal and connate was like heaven and earth. If Jiang Changkong felt like this, the other 3 god kings were even more afraid. A true grade 7 divine artifact, a god-darch treasure, even if it wasn't targeted at them. Just the aftershocks were irresistible. Screech! With a cry, the image of a golden phoenix circled above the divine spear, looking down at Jiang Changkong with disdain. Die, Aunt. Kuan Yu roared into the sky, feeling great. If he wasn't worried about being too high profile, that person would have told him not to use the god-darch treasure unless it was absolutely necessary. He had already charged into the sacred land with his spear and nailed Jiang Changkong to the ground. Now, that person would only praise him if he killed him for the demon race's treasure. The void twisted as the god-darch spear moved. It was difficult to bear. A true god-darch could definitely break the space of the celestial world. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from Jiang Changkong's body. Dense power of heaven was added to his body. His power, which was already beyond the limits of a god king, increased again. Endless prayers resounded throughout the ruin, and faith was added. In an instant, Jiang Changkong's divine might broke through the limit and was infinitely close to the God-Emperor realm. A unique connate aura flowed out. Half of his connate divine body showed incomplete connate divine patterns under the stimulation of the god Thearchus treasure. Azure light surged, primal chaos laws, primal chaos divine power. With a flip of his palm, Jiang Changkong clashed with the god emperor's treasure. Boom! As the palm descended, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. It was as if the primal chaos had descended and destroyed all living things. Kuan Yu's deity aura collapsed, and the god-darch artifact was sent flying. Kuan Yu rolled on the ground, and his golden blood flowed like a river. Demon Master? The 13 monster gods were dumbfounded. It seemed like their arrogant demon master couldn't even take a slap. That's a god emperor's treasure. Are you trash? Even with a god emperor's treasure, he couldn't block a single palm strike? They felt that once they obtained the god emperor's treasure, they would be able to kill gods and devils if they encountered them. Ji Chang and the other 2 were also a little stunned. They definitely could not withstand that terrifying pressure just now. Even though Ji Chang and had an immortal title on the Martial Toon planet, he could still borrow the power of the heavens. However, he definitely couldn't block that spear. As for the other 2 god kings, they didn't have immortal titles and were far inferior to Ji Chang, and who had the power of the heavens. Seeing the scene, all of them felt that their worldview was being challenged. How could the heavenly god of justice, who also had the power of the heavens, be so much stronger than them? Right, there was also the power of faith. However, compared to the power of the heavens, the god emperor's treasure and the power of faith were the worst. They were almost negligible. Demon Master, do you need me to help you? Jiang Changkong looked at the demon master, who was still lying on the ground with a confused expression. Kuan Yu began to doubt his life. Why? Why was this happening? Why was he sent flying with a god emperor's treasure and the power of the gods. Could it be that he had become a god emperor? Impossible. If he had become a god emperor, that person and his family would have already warned him. The divine court would not allow a god emperor to do as he pleased in their territory. In the current celestial world, godly venerables were the peak, and god emperors were second only to godly venerables. If they discovered a god emperor without a faction, they would either recruit him, kill him, or ask him to leave. He would definitely not let him do as he pleased and allow him to establish his own faction in his own territory. Buzz! The god emperor's spear vibrated and flew back to his side. Kuin Yu stood up with the help of the spear. His legs were still a little weak. That attack just now had consumed too much of his energy. He quickly took out a handful of pills. Do you still want to struggle? Jiang Changkong asked indifferently. Kuin Yu pointed his spear at the ground. You must have used the power of the heavens to activate a secret technique. I don't believe you are really that strong. No matter how strong a god king was, he couldn't challenge a god emperor, even if it was only a god emperor's treasure. Screech! The phoenix screeched and displayed its godly power again. Kuin Yu leaped into the air and turned into his Kuin Peng form. He rode on the divine phoenix spear and tore through the air. The phoenix spread its wings and swooped down with earth-shattering divine power. Buzz! This time there was no terrifying divine power like before, nor was there a deafening sound. The phoenix image gradually dissipated and stopped 3 feet away from Jiang Changkong. The pressure of a god dissipated and the divine power melted into heaven and earth. Kuin Yu's body froze in midair, and he could not move at all. You've tried your best. Jiang Changkong sighed softly and pointed out with his finger. A gray light suddenly bloomed. In Kuin Yu's eyes, the gray light turned from the size of a rice grain to the size of a star, and then into boundless chaos. Boundless, the source of all things, endless chaos. Boom! The spear flew out of his hand, and Kuin Yu rolled out again. Divine blood splattered, and the ruins that were already on the verge of collapse cracked. Smoke and dust surged, and the shockwave was shocking. The 3 god kings rushed over, but were sent flying by the shockwave. Ji Chang'an and the other 2 did not attack. The 3 god kings and 10 divine lords lasted longer than the demon master. We've already given you enough face and let your subordinates survive 2 moves. However, you can't even take 2 moves. Screech! Jiang Changkong held the divine phoenix spear in his hand. The spear vibrated, and the divine phoenix fire surged out. The divine power of a god rose again and resisted the chaos divine power, wanting to burn Jiang Changkong to ashes. Submit! Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. The chaos divine power, the power of heaven, and the power of faith all suppressed the spear. The spear whimpered, and the phoenix image screamed. Jiang Changkong, you're courting death! Kuin Yu roared. Not only did this guy defeat him, but he also wanted to suppress the treasure and take the god emperor's spear. Come, I'll let you use 1 finger. Jiang Changkong suppressed the spear with 1 hand and stretched out his index finger with the other. This was what he had discussed with the god court. He still wanted the god emperor's treasure to exchange for resources. The same goes for the demon master. They're all my resources. Guys, it's our fault for letting you rest for so long. Ji Chang'an and the other 2 finally remembered their own matters and started to attack the other monsters. You, God King, the demon master wants to capture them alive. Dead ones are not worth much. This king also wants them alive. Jiang Changkong pointed at the 13 demon race cultivators. Deal. Ji Chang'an and the other 2 laughed. It would be a great contribution if they could capture the demon master alive. Chapter 6:20. The 3 godly kings were all godly kings. Defeating armies and water virtue were up against 2 early-stage godly kings and 10 divine lords. Ji Chang'an was at the peak of the godly king realm. The demon master had been beaten like a dog. With Jiang Chongkong around, there was nothing he could do. Boom! The power of the divine phoenix spear and the divine phoenix fire became more and more terrifying. Jiang Chongkong's heart skipped a beat. He felt that someone was watching him. A pair of eyes pierced through space and all the buildings, staring at him coldly. The divine phoenix spear whimpered as if calling for its master's help. Jiang Chongkong raised his head slightly. His heavenly eye trembled and flashed with a gray divine light. Chaos rose behind him, and an ancient existence began to awaken. Buzz! The divine phoenix spear stopped resisting and quietened down. The feeling of being spied on disappeared. The demon master Kuan Yu was stunned. That figure, this guy is a descendant of that race, and not an ordinary descendant. To be able to summon that figure, he must be a direct descendant with a pure bloodline. The figure behind him dissipated, and Jiang Chongkong's spear landed on Kuan Yu, nailing him to the ground. Demon Master, I already said that you will only humiliate yourself if you attack me. You are a witch, Kuan Yu said viciously. The witch race was once a large race in the celestial world and the archenemy of the monster race. According to incomplete historical records, the witch race had defeated the monster Tharch and monster Emperor more than once. As the lord of the monster court, the primordial monster Tharch and monster Emperor could not descend when the witch race existed. Moreover, the witch race had once attacked the heavenly realm and blocked the gate to the heavenly realm. Rumble! The ground above his head cracked and the wind howled. Lightning surged and boundless power of heaven gathered. The heavenly Tao fragment in Jiang Chongkong's body shook violently. The word, which seemed to be a taboo, enraging the awakened heavenly Tao fragment. Kuan Yu looked at the lightning in the sky and roared, "The heavens cannot tolerate you!" Boom! A bolt of lightning fell and accurately struck Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu, did you strike the wrong person? Shouldn't you strike Jiang Chongkong? Ji Chong glanced at him and shook his head. Idiot, the God King of Justice is a law enforcer appointed by heaven. Kuan Yu's entire body was charred black. Fortunately, the current heavenly Tao wasn't very strong, so he was only heavily injured. He didn't die. However, this was also a huge blow to him. The heavenly Tao did not like him. My demon court is the one that the heavens value. Boom! Another bolt of lightning fell, and Kuan Yu's charred body twitched. Jiang Chongkong was taken aback. He contacted the heavenly Tao fragment with his spirit and said, I think it's better not to kill him. If he dies, he'll be worthless. The heavenly Tao fragment trembled, and the lightning in the sky dissipated. Clearly, the heavenly Tao was giving him face. This time, Kuan Yu no longer had any ability to resist. Jiang Chongkong took off his space equipment and looked at Ji Chang'an and the other two. They had more or less finished off their opponents and captured them all alive. The divine phoenix spear no longer resisted, and Jiang Chongkong dispersed the heavenly energy and power of faith. With a thought, everyone returned to the Sage King Hall. Ji Chang and brought along the God Emperor's treasures and Kuan Yu, and couldn't wait to return to the heavens. They also took 35% of the resources. Jiang Chongkong counted the gains. Kuan Yu was indeed a demon master. Even if he only took 35%, he still had 800,000 essence, energy, and spirit. As for the other god kings, they had 260,000 at the peak stage and 100,000 at the early stage. The Divine Lord's total added up to 210,000. Resource income: 47 million essence, energy, and spirit. Luckily, no one shared the heavenly energy with him. Revenue: 800,000. Sun Yuan's share was slightly smaller, 26 million. He had to bring this back to his secondary body, and he couldn't take it directly. He would leave it with his secondary body first. Jiang Chongkong handed the resources to Sun Yuan and waited for the divine court's news. He did almost all of the work in this battle, and he believed that the divine court would not mistreat him. Sensing Sun Yuan who was comprehending. Jiang Changkong thought about how he could help him. Heavenly Tao, can we talk? Let Sun Yuan break through and become a God King? Jiang Changkong asked. The Heavenly Tao fragment didn't respond. It didn't give him face this time. Jiang Changkong could only give up on this unrealistic idea. If the Heavenly Tao really agreed, he would probably just ask for the heavenly energy. Sun Yuan had been stuck at the peak of Celestial Lord for a long time. Now that he had the Tao Comprehension Hall, he should be able to break through soon. He was a little anxious, so he should just wait. The battle in the ruins had alarmed many Holy Land citizens, and they needed him to calm them down. After calming them down, Jiang Changkong modified the ruins and placed some Grade 2 and Grade 3 resources in. This time, no one would die, only heavily injured. If they faced a life or death situation, they would be sent out. After all, they were his believers, so he gave them some benefits. He couldn't let them die. Jiang Changkong threw some resources that he couldn't use into the Holy Land. He didn't know how to manage the Holy Land now. He had already reached his limit. But the Heavenly Tao still didn't reward him. If this continued, he would have to think of a way to head to the scattered heaven domains. Right? Let the people of the Holy Land revere the heavens and follow the rules. Jiang Changkong thought of this and started to pass it on to the people. Although the rules were not suitable to be used in the Holy Land, some rules should be able to satisfy the Heavenly Tao. On the other side, the 3 God Kings brought Kuan Yu back to heaven. Not long after they walked out of the Holy Land, a light flashed and Kuan Yu disappeared. The 3 God Kings were stunned. Great credit flew away, just like that. The God Emperor took action. Return to heaven immediately. Ji Chang'an's expression was gloomy, but he also felt a little lucky. This God Emperor only took away Demon Master Kuan Yu and didn't take away the God Emperor treasure. Moreover, they couldn't do anything about the God Emperor taking action. This would require the God Emperor of the God Court to worry about. Kuan Yu appeared again. His injuries had already recovered. A flame floated in front of Kuan Yu. Thank you, God Emperor, for saving my life. Kuan Yu hurriedly bowed. Saving your life? The flame sneered. Its voice was neither male nor female. Do you think that you will be fine just because I saved you? Kuan Yu's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, God Emperor, please understand. Kuan Yu is wholeheartedly for the demon court. This time, I was just careless and miscalculated. Your carelessness will make the demon court pay a huge price. This Emperor's divine artifact will also fall into the hands of the God Court. The flame said coldly, God Emperor, Kuan Yu has already found the item that the Demon Emperor sensed. It was left behind by the primordial Demon Emperor. Kuan Yu gritted his teeth and told the truth. He wanted to, but he didn't dare to hide it in the current situation. If he didn't say his contribution, his position would be very awkward in the future. Have the demons not found a lot of the primordial Demon Emperor's remains? What's the use of them if they don't have any real value? The flame said coldly. It didn't care. The demons had found many places related to the primordial Demon Emperor's remains, but in the end, there was nothing useful left behind by the Demon Emperor. Even if there was, it wouldn't be of much help to the God Emperor. This God Emperor really couldn't raise his interest. If he had known earlier, he would have let the Demon Emperor come. Kuan Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he said again, it concerns the primordial chaos realm. Primordial chaos, so what? What's the use of some comprehension? The Flame God Emperor still didn't take it seriously. A supreme immortal sutra. As long as I cultivate it, I will definitely reach primordial chaos, Kuan Yu said in a deep voice. He took out the secret key. This thing wasn't broken yet. Although I lost, I did a great job. Chapter 6:21. It was a supreme immortal sutra. As long as one successfully cultivated it, they would become a primordial chaos immortal. The Fire God Emperor felt like he had heard a joke. Kuan Yu, are you kidding? Become a primordial chaos immortal? How could you, a demon master, believe such nonsense? Even immortal sovereigns and heavenly law sages were unattainable, let alone a primordial chaos immortal. He had been a god emperor for countless years and was still far from becoming an immortal sovereign, not to mention the legendary primordial chaos immortal. That was an existence that could roam freely in the chaos. There were no traces of sages in the entire immortal world, apart from the primordial demon emperors. Sages had already become legends. God Emperor, I saw it with my own eyes. That immortal palace was left behind by the demon emperor. The ancestral dragon scripture, phoenix immortal scripture, and the Qilin lineage are all there, Kuan Yu said hurriedly. The secret key in his hand exuded the power of the sun and moon. This is the key to the palace. Where's the palace? The fire god emperor asked coldly. The palace was taken away by Jiang Changkong. The moment he appeared, the palace disappeared. That's his divine country. He moved it immediately and didn't let me open it, Kuan Yu said angrily. He then sneered, but the secret key is still in my hands. This idiot actually forgot to take it away. What's the name of the palace? The fire god emperor asked coldly. Heavenly Law Palace. Heavenly Law. The fire god emperor fell silent. Back then, the primordial demon emperor had controlled the demon court and the mortal world. He was the heavenly emperor. It wasn't impossible for him to create a heavenly law palace. Could it be that the ruins were real? But why hadn't any information been passed down? Even if the primordial chaos immortal scripture was fake, the phoenix immortal scripture was worth his time. But he couldn't do it directly. Not only was the heavenly justice God the enforcer, but he was also connected to the God Court. Moreover, the God Court was probably watching him now that he had saved Kuan Yu. Lord God Emperor, the heavenly justice God is our mortal enemy. We can't let him go. Kuan Yu added, the God Emperor's spear was lost because of this heavenly justice God. It's because of you that you wasted so many resources of the demon court and this emperor's divine artifact. Yet you can't even defeat a heavenly god of justice. The flame god emperor raged. This demon master was simply a piece of trash. Kuan Yu's expression changed slightly, and he quickly said, Lord God Emperor, the main reason for my failure is that I expended too much energy to open the relic, and I was injured. Furthermore, I was in the Holy Land. If he leaves the Holy Land without the support of the heavenly Tao and faith, I can kill him with a single move. The Flame God Emperor didn't say anything. What Kuan Yu said made sense. In the divine nation, Jiang Changkong had the upper hand. Although he had a God Emperor's treasure, Kuan Yu was injured when he activated the restriction. After thinking for a moment, the Flame Divine Emperor said, prepare the resources and compensate the divine court. I'll prepare a new weapon for you. God Emperor, what's the new weapon? Kuan Yu's heart skipped a beat. Was it still a God Emperor weapon? Or an even better God Emperor weapon? He didn't even dare to think about a godly venerable one. That kind of divine artifact was already the best in the immortal world. Even the current demon emperor wouldn't give him a godly venerable divine artifact. Witch Slayer, the Flame God Emperor said coldly. Since he's the successor of the witch race, break his divine body. Thank you, Lord God Emperor. I'll definitely chop off Jiang Changkong's head. Kuan Yu was extremely emotional. The Witch Slayer sword. It was a divine artifact that specialized in killing the witch race in the primordial era. After so many years, the monster race didn't preserve many of them, only 2 or 3. They thought that without the witch race, the Witch Slayer sword would remain sealed. But now Jiang Changkong was the successor of the witch race. The sealed Witch Slayer sword could finally release its power. On the other side, Jiang Changkong waited patiently. Half a month later, Sun Yuan broke through and finally stepped into the God King realm. He then went to the Tao Arts Palace to train himself. He listened to the voice of the heavenly Tao in the Tao Music Palace. Jiang Changkong frowned. Did the people from the divine court want to go back on their word? He took the item and left. There was no news at all. Forget it. I'll just focus on governing the Holy Land. If it really doesn't work, I still have the identity of the Monster Emperor. Jiang Changkong began to build the Holy Land. Since he wanted to govern the Holy Land, he had to make changes. For example, the human race and the monster race could coexist peacefully and cooperate with each other. The monster race was faster than humans in farming and planting. The human race was responsible for building houses. The monster race was slightly weaker in this aspect. The Holy Land created by God Hao Tian was an eternal paradise. There were no races, only the people of the Holy Land. The construction of the Holy Land was in full swing. The heavenly Tao fragment in his body trembled again and rewarded him with 100,000 heavenly powers. But it was only 100,000. There would be no more rewards for the construction after that. Jiang Changkong sent all 18 of his gods out to protect the Holy Land. Another half a month passed, and Ji Chang finally arrived. Ji Chang An's expression didn't look good when he arrived at the Sage King Hall again. Wu Xiuxing, I thought that the divine court had forgotten about the agreement, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Ji Chang enforced a smile. There was an accident. Demon Master Kuan Yu was rescued. And then, Jiang Changkong's expression did not change, but he had a bad feeling. Ji Chang sighed. In terms of resources, we will give you 35% of what we got previously. This is the divine court's sincerity. Jiang Changkong sneered. The God Emperor's treasures are not worth this bit of resources. Demon Master Kuan Yu was rescued after he left the Holy Land. This is the divine court's mistake. What? You want to blame it on me? If you can't do it, I will bear the losses. Also, if the God Emperor's treasures were still there, how many resources could they be exchanged for? 1. 47 million essence, energy, and spirit. Although it was not bad, it could not be exchanged for the God Emperor's treasures. It was the same for the God Emperor, the Khanate God, and the God Emperor's divine weapons. Ji Chang quickly said, Don't worry, divine King of Justice. Why would the divine court blame you? There will be compensation this time. Oh. Jiang Changkong's expression turned cold. What compensation? He could not afford to offend the divine court now, but it did not mean that he could be manipulated by the divine court. The divine court is willing to open a path to the heavens for you, divine king. You can go to the ancient heaven world and explore the original heaven world. Ji Chang said slowly, also, the divine court will not take anything from you. So generous? Are there other conditions? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Ji Chang raised 3 fingers. Greed, immortal king. Pejuan, immortal king. Fire, virtue, immortal king. Choose one of the 3. The divine court wants their heads. That's simple. Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. Ji Chang smiled. That's simple. I agree. Jiang Changkong agreed. He had wanted to kill Pejuan, immortal king, for a long time. If there was a chance, he would not let it go. Fire, virtue, immortal king was the same. As for greed, immortal king, he had not seen him before. Ji Chang took out the resources and handed them to Jiang Changkong. He had brought back all the immortal herbs. Jiang Changkong accepted the resources. The divine court was doing a good deal. It was equivalent to getting a God Emperor's treasure without paying anything. Moreover, although the demon master was gone, if the divine court did not agree, would they let someone save him so easily? Chapter 6:22. Jiang Changkong left behind 2 incarnations of God power and flew to the sky with Ji Chang'an. He didn't expect that the path to the heavens of the divine court would be set up in a small country outside of the Holy Land. It had just been set up because he was the divine king of the Holy Land, the heavenly God of justice. Knowing what he had done in the heavenly court, the divine court had always been on guard against him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was too strong, he would have been discovered the moment he entered the Holy Land. The divine court would probably set up a passageway in the sacred land to monitor him from all angles. Looking at the heavenly gate, Jiang Changkong suddenly felt nostalgic. Southern Heavenly Gate. The heavenly court was exactly the same, just that there was no divine palace of justice here. Let's go. Ji Chang'an didn't care about his feelings and pulled him into the gate of heaven. Immortal palaces, pavilions, and divine halls were faintly discernible in the clouds. Ji Chang and said as he walked, "In the past, the immortal palaces and divine halls of the celestial heavens were backed by a divine star. The boundless starry sky symbolizes countless immortals and gods. Unfortunately, after the primordial era, the heavenly realm dispersed." "They will reform," Jiang Changkong said. "Of course, the celestial emperor of the celestial court will unify the world of immortals," Ji Chang'an said firmly. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. He opened the heavenly book of justice in his body, which was exactly the same as the heavenly court. Basically, they were all guilty. Unfortunately, as the heavenly god of justice, he no longer had the opportunity to enforce the law. The two of them arrived in front of a golden altar, which was guarded by two god kings. A force like the celestial court had countless god kings. Only god emperors were truly rare. Stepping onto the golden altar, Ji Chang'an cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." The two godly kings nodded slightly and injected their divine power to activate the altar's array. Buzz! Jiang Changkong felt the space in front of him warp, and he appeared on a huge platform. The words "Divine Court" were carved on the huge stone tablet. 3 more stone steels appeared in the distance. "That's the territory of the Immortal Court, Monster Court, and Heavenly Court," Ji Chang and said faintly. "You can attack at will once you leave the range of the steel." The 4 stone steels divided the area into 4 regions. "The ground here is very hard." Jiang Changkong stepped on the ground and found that he couldn't break it. This is the land of the heavenly realm. It hasn't been damaged even after countless years. Ji Chang'an pointed to the top of his head. "Look up." Jiang Changkong raised his head. It was a huge star, as if he could touch it with his hand. The stars were very close. The land of the heavenly realm floated in the starry sky, surrounded by countless stars. "There's nothing left to explore in the nearby stars," Ji Chang'an said calmly. "If you want to explore it, you'll have to cross 3,000 stars. Only then will it be valuable." 3,000 stars is nothing, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. With his speed, it would be a piece of cake for him to cross these stars. Ji Chang'an smiled and said, "Then you can fly over by yourself. I'll take the spatial passage." Jiang Changkong, "I really want to slap you to death." "Come with me. Don't forget your purpose," Ji Chang'an said. "Once we start exploring, there won't be such a clear division. In other words, we might meet all 4 forces?" Jiang Changkong asked. "It's not a possibility. It's the certainty." Ji Chang'an led him to a temple. There was also an altar here. This was the spatial passage of the ancient heavenly realm. It could cross billions of miles in an instant and reach other stars. The two used the celestial world passage to come to a special star. The gravity here was even stronger than in the celestial world. Jiang Changkong was astonished. Even a deity would find it hard to fly in the air here. This is the 4-star. Without the suppression of the heavenly Tao, the power of these stars is even stronger. Some stars that have encountered chaotic storms and haven't been assimilated are even more terrifying. Even celestial kings might die here. Ji Chang'an pointed to the starry sky outside. "I'll send you here. If you want to go back, you can come here." "No guidance." Jiang Changkong frowned. "What guidance?" Ji Chang'an asked. "For example, where immortal King Pijuan and the others are," Jiang Changkong said. "I believe that this won't be difficult for you." Ji Chang'an smiled. He turned into a sword light and flew out of the spatial temple. "I'm going to explore. Goodbye." Jiang Changkong frowned. He stepped out of the temple and looked at the situation above. The ancient heaven realm was filled with treasures left behind by countless immortals and gods. He hoped that those ancient immortals and gods had really stayed behind. He turned into a ray of light and left the 4-star. There were countless stars in the sky. Jiang Changkong didn't know which one to choose. The heavenly Tao fragment in his body didn't give him any guidance. Up there! Jiang Changkong looked up at the sky. He could go see the chaos first. Jiang Changkong turned into a ray of gray light and rushed into the sky. The heavenly realm had separated the chaos and protected the celestial world. Now that the heavenly realm had collapsed and the heavenly Tao was gone, the chaos power in the sky was no longer an obstacle. These stars, on the other hand, released a lot of divine power and could last for a while. As he flew up, a gray ray of divine power fell down. Is this the chaos current? Jiang Changkong dodged to the side. Everywhere he passed by, the void would distort. It was just a ray of chaos power. Ordinary peak god kings would have a hard time withstanding it. Boom! A star suddenly shook and beams of divine light shot toward Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and the divine light was destroyed. He looked at the star and said, "Get out here." These divine stars wouldn't attack for no reason. Moreover, the attacks just now were all aimed at him. It was obvious that they were attacking him. Roar! There was a roar. A golden world formed in the middle of the star. An immortal king stepped into the sky with monstrous divine power. I've long heard of the heavenly god of justice's name. Now that I've met you, it seems that you live up to your reputation. The immortal king's body shone with divine light and the void trembled. Jiang Changkong put his hands behind his back and opened the heavenly book. So you want to die? Arrogant. The immortal king shouted coldly. The golden world pressed down, and endless divine light was like a divine sword. The heavenly court will be grateful to me if I kill you today. You have no chance. Jiang Changkong said indifferently and flew toward the immortal king. Endless chaos surged, and everywhere he passed, the golden world collapsed. The divine light dimmed, collapsed, and dissipated. Jiang Changkong was like a primordial beast, domineering and destroying all attacks. How can this be? You're a peak god king? The immortal king's expression changed drastically. Filth of the celestial world, I'll personally send you off. The heavenly book opened and the heavenly eye shone. Divine light enveloped the immortal king. Scenes of memories entered his mind. Rogue immortal kings wantonly attacked other immortal kings and plundered resources. They were active in this starry sky. These rogue immortal kings would usually wait in various planets, waiting for their prey to come to them. The most common thing they did was to wait at the teleportation points of the 4 major forces. Apart from the 4 major forces, there were many immortal kings they could attack. As long as it wasn't an immortal god under the protection of the 4 major forces, they would attack. They were active in the starry sky all year round and knew this place very well. They even knew some unexplored ruins. After digesting this information, Jiang Changkong thought of Ji Chang'an. This guy really didn't introduce himself at all. However, it was good that he picked up an immortal king for free. Chapter 6, 23. The itinerant immortal king he killed was only a late-stage immortal king. Now, other than peak immortal kings and those infinitely close to immortal emperors, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them anymore. This was because every peak immortal king and god king had a good foundation and were worthy of his attention. 4 late-stage immortal kings, apart from their 100,000 heaven powers, their resources were equivalent to early-stage immortal kings. 350,000 essence chi. He was so poor. He continued to fly upward. There was a relic in this itinerant immortal king's memory that hadn't been discovered yet. He would go take a look after seeing the chaos. 2 days later, above the endless starry sky, the chaos aura fell more and more, and Jiang Changkong's speed also slowed down. He reached out and touched the chaos divine power. The damage it did to him was not as strong as he imagined. He carefully felt that the chaos divine power that could injure a peak god king would at most cause him minor injuries. There was endless gray divine power above his head, and there was a thin barrier that protected the starry sky and blocked the chaos divine power. This barrier was formed by the power of all kinds of divine stars. Some places had already been corroded by the chaos. The chaos aura poured in through the gap. Jiang Changkong touched the weak divine power barrier and was directly knocked back. Although this barrier was weak, it was only relative to the chaos. He was only a god king, and it was impossible for him to shake the barrier, even if it was already riddled with holes. Let's go take a look at the relic. Jiang Changkong turned around and left. He only came to see if there was anything special about his postnatal chaos body. After all, he was considered a minor Pangu. Now, it seemed that there was no special treatment other than being immune to injuries. When he improved again, he should be able to ignore ordinary chaos aura. Jiang Changkong quickly traveled through the endless starry sky. After identifying the route, Jiang Changkong saw a dark green star appear in his sight. This was the relic in the immortal king's memory, an unexplored relic. Inside the star, there were towering, dark, green trees. A divine tree reached the sky and took root in the center of the star. Jiang Changkong's figure shifted, and in a few steps, he arrived in front of the divine tree. The divine tree reached the sky and contained a terrifying divine power. The immortal king had sensed this divine power and tried to open it. There was a palace inside, but he was not strong enough to open it. The primal chaos divine power pressed against the divine tree, causing the divine power to fluctuate. A palace was vaguely visible. Boom! A terrifying divine might surged out, enough to force back ordinary peak god kings. Which ancient immortal god's ruins did this belong to? How strong was it at that time? Jiang Changkong's divine power surged as he forcefully opened the divine tree. Boom! The divine tree shook, divine light surging, dark green radiance shaking the entire star. A palace was vaguely visible inside the divine tree. The recoil force was extremely strong, comparable to that of a peak god king. Jiang Changkong's divine power increased again, surpassing the limits of a godly king. He stepped on the divine light and entered the divine tree. After entering, Jiang Changkong discovered that this sacred tree was actually made up of boundless divine power. This divine tree was almost entirely made up of chaos divine energy. Amidst the boundless sea of divine power, a palace grew clearer and clearer. Jiang Changkong separated his divine power and stepped into the divine palace. When the divine energy split apart, the palace was completely exposed. There were 3 large words on the signboard, causing Jiang Changkong's eyes to narrow. Tishita Palace. This was the Elder Supreme Lord's territory. Although some stars didn't have the same names as the ancient immortal gods' immortal positions. However, this star didn't seem to have anything to do with the Elder Supreme Lord. Although he was puzzled, he still came to the front of the palace. Rumble. Sensing his approach, boundless divine power surged. A roar came from the palace. Boundless divine power manifested and formed a profound immortal array. Boundless divine might pressed over. A yellow-robed figure stood on the immortal array. His face couldn't be seen clearly as he pressed toward Jiang Changkong with a palm. Boundless divine might. With the support of the immortal array formed by boundless divine power, the yellow-robed figure had already reached the limits of a godly king. Jiang Changkong raised his right palm gently, and boundless chaos gathered to face the yellow-robed figure. Boom! The 2 palms collided, and violent divine power swept in all directions. The yellow-robed figure trembled and almost scattered. The immortal array, formed by boundless power, also cracked and almost shattered. The yellow-robed figure attacked again. Jiang Changkong's palm force rose again. The giant chaos hand eroded the divine power and shattered the immortal array. The yellow-robed figure's divine power surged into the sky as he charged toward the Chaos Hand. Rumble! The yellow-robed figure exploded, and the immortal array collapsed, turning into boundless divine power again. Jiang Changkong arrived in front of the Tishita Palace. The door was tightly shut. He gently pushed it, but there was no reaction. Divine power circulated in his palms, and with the power of a peak godly king, the door slowly opened. After entering the Tishita Palace, Jiang Changkong frowned. The interior was empty. There were only a few prayer mats, a high platform, and an alchemy cauldron. The prayer mats were placed around the alchemy cauldron, and there was a divine fire burning under the cauldron. This Tishita Palace is actually so simple. Jiang Changkong muttered and walked toward the alchemy cauldron. After so many years, this divine fire hasn't been extinguished. What is this alchemy cauldron refining? He came in front of the alchemy cauldron and felt a scorching aura. The flame was suffused with 3 types of light. The divine fire's power somewhat exceeded his expectations. Even a peak godly king wouldn't dare to take this divine fire head-on. After cultivating for so many years, the immortal emperor pill should be completed, right? Jiang Changkong had a trace of anticipation as he pressed the cauldron lid and suddenly opened it. Pooh! A strange fragrance assaulted his face. Jiang Changkong cursed inwardly, but his consciousness became hazy. A huge force suddenly came from behind and pushed him into the alchemy cauldron. The alchemy cauldron contained a universe. Jiang Changkong's body shrunk and was easily stored inside. The cauldron lid was closed again, and the divine fire's power surged, burning the alchemy cauldron. The immortal array on the alchemy cauldron was activated, and it forcefully refined Jiang Changkong inside the cauldron. The moment he entered, heat waves surged inside. It was actually a world of tricolored flames. Even he felt uncomfortable under the terrifying heat. His body felt like it was unbearable. A terrifying sense of danger came, and Jiang Changkong regained his consciousness. He struck his back with his palm. With a bang, an azure wolf rolled out, and Jiang Changkong's body also retreated several steps. This alchemy cauldron. Jiang Changkong's divine power engulfed the surrounding divine fire, but this place seemed to be endless, and he couldn't extinguish all the flames. Awoo! The azure wolf howled, and countless flames gathered, turning into a tricolored, flaming divine wolf. Boom! The flaming divine wolf pounced at Jiang Changkong. Chaos surged, and divine power turned into a blade aura that slashed down. Boom! The tricolored flaming divine wolf exploded and collapsed, but endless flames surged and healed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Changkong's expression turned serious, and he attacked again. Inside the alchemy cauldron, Jiang Changkong kept killing the flaming divine wolf. Outside, the alchemy cauldron shook violently. An impressive guy came this time. He fought his way in alone and can even shake the alchemy cauldron. Outside, an old voice sounded. He injected divine power and strengthened the divine fire. So what if he is impressive? Are there only a few peak god kings and immortal kings that we have refined? Another cold voice sounded, filled with disdain. That's true. No matter how strong a god king is, they can forget about escaping. They can only become golden core cultivators. The old voice laughed. However, with such strength, it is a waste to refine all the resources together. Chapter 6:24. Within the Tishita Palace, the 2 of them were strengthening their alchemy cauldrons. One was an old man, while the other was a young man. Both of them were celestial kings. The old man smiled eerily and said, "It's not a pity, not at all. With all the resources he has, the golden core he forms might be able to help me become an immortal emperor. For him to be able to fight his way here, his strength is already extraordinary. Coupled with all the resources he has, he won't be able to defeat him easily. The quality of the golden core will definitely be very high. Unfortunately, it's not enough to transform into an immortal emperor. The young man shook his head and said, I think it's better to give up on the previous pills and refine them together. We might be able to refine a divine-grade golden pill. Don't even think about an emperor-grade golden pill. Unless it's an emperor-grade immortal medicine, it can only be refined by an immortal emperor. The old man shook his head. The young man was silent. The old man was right. The emperor-level golden core was too difficult to achieve. Bang! The alchemy furnace shook violently, sometimes enlarging, sometimes shrinking. What a tenacious vitality! The two celestial kings were not alarmed. Instead, they were delighted. The stronger they were, the more terrifying the golden elixir they refined would be. As for breaking the alchemy furnace and rushing out, this was impossible. Although the cauldron was only God King grade, there were still some grade 7 Emperor grade materials added into it. Coupled with the immortal array and the boundless God force here, unless an immortal emperor or an immortal emperor grade treasure came, it would be impossible to break it. The young immortal king spoke with a hint of envy in his voice. Maybe it might really allow you to break through to the immortal emperor realm. The old man could not hide the joy in his eyes. I hope so. It's been so many years, and I've been preparing for so long. I should give it a try. Even if I fail, it's better than enduring like this. Amachem, the young immortal king nodded. Bang! The alchemy furnace shook even more violently. Faintly, it felt like it was about to shatter. The old man's face turned pale as a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. This person is actually so strong? The young immortal king exclaimed in bewilderment. No matter. The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said somewhat crazily, The stronger the better. Pucci! Vomiting another mouthful of blood, the old man's body swayed, almost losing his balance. The young immortal king hurriedly supported him and took out a healing pill for him to consume. Dang! A palm print appeared on the alchemy furnace. The eyes of the two immortal kings twitched. What exactly was locked inside? This strength had probably far surpassed the limit of a god king. The old man had just digested the healing pill when he spat out another mouthful of blood. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and strengthened the alchemy furnace. Stabilizing it with all his might, he poured in his divine power, and the furnace gradually stabilized. The old man heaved a sigh of relief and said with a sinister smile, no matter how strong a divine king is, he will still end up as a golden core. A smile appeared on the young man's face. Did he turn into a pool of blood? It's not that fast, but it's close. The old man said confidently, I'm sure he's still hanging on to his last breath, but he no longer has the ability to resist. With his strength, his corpse should contain a lot of energy. It can last for about 3 hours before it turns into a pure medicinal liquid. As expected of an immortal king of the pill Tao indeed. His attainment in pill concoction is already at the pinnacle of the immortal world. The young immortal king praised. He felt that it wasn't enough, so he added, Compared to the elder supreme elder, I think it's not much worse. In the future, this will be the real Tishita Palace. A proud smile appeared on the old man's face. He was very confident in alchemy. Inside the alchemy furnace, boundless flames lingered. The mysterious flames were enough to incinerate a divine king. Jiang Chongkong appeared in a corner. When he arrived, the flame wolf had also disappeared. That flame wolf seemed to be unable to see this place. A figure squatted in the corner with a pained expression, but he didn't dare to circulate his divine power. Jiang Chongkong came before this person, and the heavenly book of justice displayed a message. Rogue immortal king, Sun Li. You are. Sun Li raised his head and looked at the person. He didn't recognize him. Jiang Chongkong, I just arrived in the starry sky not long ago. Why are you here? Jiang Chongkong asked. Sun Li's skin was turning red, and there were faint signs of melting. Can you protect me? Jiang Chongkong pointed with a finger, and chaos divine power enveloped the two of them, isolating them. Too much, too much. Save it, as long as you can isolate the high temperature. Sun, Li hurriedly said. Jiang Changkong was slightly stunned. It's fine. Tell me what's going on here. I'm not sure either. My friend disappeared here, so I came over. Sun, Li shook his head. I forced my way in and saw this palace. I thought it was really the Elder Supreme Lord's ruins. Jiang Changkong listened quietly, not in a hurry to ask the questions in his heart. The immortal formation here has the power of a peak god king. It wasn't easy for me to enter. I thought that my friend had died under the immortal formation, so I came here. What happened next was the same as what Jiang Changkong had encountered. He opened the lid of the pill furnace, and there was a strange fragrance. Someone pushed him from the back and pushed him into the pill furnace. After entering, he realized that there were many living beings in the pill furnace. They were being attacked by the flame wolf. Sun, Li had also been dealing with the flame wolf at the beginning. In the end, he realized that the flame wolf couldn't die at all. It would only consume their divine power. An immortal lord discovered this corner. It could not be burned by the flames, but the high temperature could not be isolated. The remaining few immortals hid in this corner. Sun, Li also followed. Where are the other immortals? Jiang Changkong asked. They've been melted. Sun, Li shook his head. Even if they were not directly burned by the flames, the high temperature here was terrifying. It was not something that ordinary immortals could withstand. It was fine at the beginning with divine power, but once it was used up, they could only wait for death. Sun, Li was a peak immortal king, and his immortal body was not weak. That was why he could last until now. But now his strength was almost at its limit. You encountered a peak immortal formation, but I encountered a peak immortal king. Jiang Changkong pondered and said that immortal formation should be based on one's strength. Thank you, immortal King Jiang. I don't have much divine power, so use it sparingly, Sun, Li reminded again. Jiang Changkong nodded. I'll try and see if I can fight my way out from here. Fight my way out? Sun, Li was stunned. He smiled bitterly. That's impossible. The toughness of this pill furnace far surpasses God King level. How will you know if you don't try? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Are you going to do nothing and wait for death here? Sun, Li fell silent. This was a peak God King. Maybe there would be a miracle. He moved to the side and made some space. Jiang Changkong used his chaotic golden body and gathered his chaotic power in his right hand. He pressed his palm on the pill furnace. When he fought with the fire wolves, he did not use his chaotic golden body. Now that he had found a special place, he tried with all his strength. Rumble! The pill furnace shook violently. The world of flames was shaking. The two immortal kings outside were shocked. The young immortal king exclaimed, How can there be such power? Your last struggle. You still don't want to give up. The old man sneered. The young immortal king heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. If he could really fight his way out of the pill furnace, even if the two of them worked together, they probably would not be his match. Especially since this guy had broken the peak immortal king immortal formation to enter. This strength could be said to be invincible below the immortal emperor level. Inside the pill furnace, Jiang Changkong's full force palm did not break the pill furnace, but it shot out traces of green light. Chapter 6:25 Azure light flashed in the cauldron. Jiang Changkong and Sun Li were on their guard. When the flame wolf first came out, it was an azure wolf. Buzz! The azure light rippled, and an azure wolf the size of a palm formed. Jiang Changkong was about to attack, but the space behind the azure wolf distorted and formed a whirlpool. The azure wolf entered the whirlpool and turned to look at them. The azure wolf disappeared, but the whirlpool remained. Divine Monarch Jiang. Sun Li looked at Jiang Changkong and asked for his opinion. Jiang Changkong said calmly, Do you have a choice? His chaotic golden body might not be able to break the cauldron in one attack, but it shouldn't be a problem if he did it a few more times. Now he wanted to see what the Azure Wolf was up to. He followed the Azure Wolf into the whirlpool. Sun Li hurriedly caught up to Jiang Changkong's side. He had used up all his divine power. Without replenishing it, his body almost melted from the high temperature. Sun Li was like a divine monarch in dire straits. If he didn't replenish his divine power, he wouldn't even be comparable to a martial god. The two entered the void and discovered that it was a spatial passageway. It was pitch black all around. There was nothing. Special patterns appeared under their feet, giving off the aura of space. A spatial passageway. Where is it taking us? Sun Li had a strange expression. He couldn't see through the Azure Wolf's strength. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. He followed the Azure Wolf into the spatial passageway. After walking for half an hour, light appeared in front of them. The two were completely far away from the cauldron. Flames surrounded them, and divine light shone brightly. A new world appeared in front of them. A streak of golden light streaked across and disappeared in a flash. That is... Sun Li hurriedly increased his speed. It was a figure, an immortal god. A place with an immortal god would definitely have immortal qi that could replenish divine power. Jiang Changkong stepped out of the passageway. The Azure Wolf disappeared, but the spatial passageway was still there. The dense immortal qi almost condensed into a mist. Sun Li hurriedly absorbed the immortal qi and refined it into immortal power. His divine power recovered quickly. His body that was almost melted by the high temperature was now sturdy. Jiang Changkong looked ahead. There was a huge wolf-shaped building, and they were standing at the mouth of the wolf. The giant wolf opened its mouth and breathed in immortal qi. Its body was covered in mysterious immortal array patterns. Rays of divine light flew in the mouth of the giant waves and floated in the air. Jiang Changkong stepped into the wolf's mouth. As for Sun Li, Xiao Chen would bring him here. Sun Li's strength would recover, and he would not need Xiao Chen's help. Howl! As soon as he stepped into the wolf's mouth, a wolf howl resounded in his soul. The immortal energy inside became thicker and thicker. Mysterious patterns appeared one after another, blocking the way forward. Those immortal spirits were moving through these mysterious patterns. They were extremely careful, not daring to touch these patterns. Jiang Changkong's figure flashed, shuttling through the mysterious patterns. Someone else is here. A young immortal god looked at Jiang Changkong with a hint of wariness in his eyes. What is this place? Jiang Changkong asked curiously. You don't know. Another figure appeared. A fairy flew over and landed not far from Jiang Changkong. You don't even know this place. How did you come in? Jiang Changkong said directly, I accidentally opened this place and was brought in by a green wolf. Who wasn't brought in by a green wolf? We are asking you which planet you came from. The young immortal god from before said, coldly. Talking to you guys is really tiring. Jiang Changkong sighed softly. The fairy chuckled and said, We don't know where this place is either. We only know that it is related to the real Tishita Palace. We have been here for many years and have been searching in this array, but we have not found any clues about the Tishita Palace. The real Tishita Palace? Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows slightly. Was it in the same direction as he came from, or was it another fake Tishita Palace? Boom! Suddenly there was a rumbling sound. The surrounding mysterious patterns shone and gathered immortal power, turning into rays of green light. The green light instantly filled the entire wolf's mouth, drowning Jiang Changkong and the two immortal spirits. Rumble! Boundless divine power surged. The fairy and the immortal god were injured at the same time. Jiang Changkong did not move. He allowed the green light to land, but it did not harm him at all. Which idiot touched the god formation again? The fairy said angrily. The young immortal god wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said coldly, Who else could it be? It must be an idiot from the divine court. You are actually fine. The fairy was shocked. It's all right. An early-stage God King's attack is not that strong, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Shouldn't the two of them not appear in front of him? God King? The young immortal king was stunned. Only those from the divine court would call themselves God Kings. The heavenly court and celestial court both called themselves immortal kings. Did he just say that the celestial court people were idiots? Would this guy find trouble with him? God King Jiang. Sun Li's voice sounded. He had mostly recovered and could not wait to come in. Don't touch the immortal formation here. The two early-stage God Kings hurriedly said. Jiang Changkong looked at the patterns. He did not understand them, but he could sense that they were only early-stage celestial kings. God King Jiang, these two are? Sun Li arrived and retracted his aura. I am not familiar with the people who are exploring this place. Jiang Changkong said calmly. They said that there's news of the real Tishita Palace here. Sun Li looked into the depths. God King Jiang, I want to go in and take a look. Maybe my friend is still alive. Go on your own. Jiang Changkong turned into a streak of chaotic light and passed through the patterns. The immortal formation intertwined, and he had to be careful each time. Once touched, an attack would explode. The deeper he went, the more people there were. Jiang Changkong even saw 4 peak god kings and a bunch of god lords. These people were basically from the 4 factions, and they were not weak. Some had more merits than demerits, some had no merits at all, and some had committed grave crimes. These people were all prying into the patterns and trying to find the secrets within. However, they did not find any clues after being here for so long. Boom! Suddenly, there was another deafening sound, and the green light attacked again. Jiang Changkong flipped his palm and suppressed the green light. He looked over and saw that Sun Li was fighting with someone. He shook his head and could not be bothered. Sun Li's crime was not serious. He would be sent to prison for a while. Boom! The attack came again, and the entire immortal formation shook violently. Are you all crazy? You are fighting here? If you want to fight, go out and fight. Angry roars could be heard. Angry voices resounded through the entire wolf-shaped building. Jiang Changkong frowned, and just as he was about to send them out, a cry rang out. Stop fighting! This king has found a clue! You found a clue? Cries of surprise rang out, and the cursing also stopped. Sun Li also stopped attacking and retreated to the side with the young man. A peak god king floated in the immortal formation. When we fought just now, I found something different. There is Samadhi, divine fire. Samadhi, divine fire? Really? An excited voice sounded. Samadhi, divine fire. The Elder Lord's alchemy, divine fire. Jiang Changkong thought about the alchemy cauldron and the 3 colored flames. However, there did not seem to be anything unusual here. Everyone, prepare yourselves. I will attack this place and try again. The peak god king came to where Sun Li was standing and slapped down. Boom! The entire immortal formation shook again, but there was only endless green light and no Samadhi divine fire. Chapter 6, 26. What happened? When the azure light dissipated, the pinnacle god king's expression turned ugly. He had clearly seen the Samadhi divine fire just now, but now there was nothing. An immortal array was still an immortal array. Heavenly court, did you see wrongly? Deliberately making fun of us? A peak divine king said coldly. Another pinnacle celestial king stepped forward, a faint demonic aura emanating from his body. People of the heavenly court, don't spout nonsense next time. I won't hold it against you this time. How could I have seen wrongly? The celestial king of the heavenly court snorted coldly and looked at Sun Li. You should have seen it too. Sun Li's expression was indifferent. I only cared about saving people and did not pay attention to the Samadhi divine fire. Is that so? The celestial king of the heavenly court sneered, his gaze cold. Then it's you. You have clues on you. This king also has the same suspicion, The peak god king who was fighting Sun Li sneered. Are the heavenly court and the divine court going to join hands to bully others? Sun Li's expression was gloomy. Jiang Changkong unfolded the heavenly book, which contained their information. Heavenly Courts, Golden River, Immortal King. Divine Courts, Black Wind, Immortal King. Demon Courts, Awin Laiha, Immortal King. The Desolation, Immortal King of the Immortal Court, did not speak and just watched from the side. On the other hand, it was only one word different from the Awin Mingi that he had killed before. Who knew what their relationship was? Sun Li, Awin Lai, he also stared at Sun Li. If you have any clues, hand them over. This king can guarantee your safety. All right, this king admits it. This king knows a little about the Samadhi divine fire. Sun Li's expression did not change. He said, this king came from a Samadhi divine fire world. Really? Where is that world? Everyone hurriedly asked. The spatial passageway is still there. You can go take a look for yourselves. Sun Li said lightly. This king specially brought some Samadhi divine fire out. I wanted to catch you by surprise, but I was discovered by you. Coming out of the Samadhi divine fire world. Doesn't that mean you've already obtained the item? Golden River Immortal King suddenly asked. Sun Li frowned. If I had it, would I still be here? This king only stayed there for a short period of time. I couldn't beat a green wolf, so I could only leave. Green wolf. The three top forces showed great interest on their faces. Immortal Court's desolate Immortal King was also very interested, but he did not interrupt. I can take you there, Sun Li said, but you must promise not to harm my friends. No problem, the three peak stage Immortal Kings said at the same time. When Jiang Changkong saw this scene, he looked at Sun Li strangely. Could it be that this guy really had a clue? In the alchemy furnace, he had stayed longer than her. Follow this king. Sun Li led them away. The spatial tunnel was still there. The four peak god emperors immediately followed behind, including the Desolation Immortal Emperor. Sun Li's friends stayed behind and didn't follow him. As for the other Immortal Kings, God Kings, and God Lords, they would stay here and wait for their return. The 5 godly monarchs left at the same time. Jiang Changkong thought about it and did not follow. That alchemy furnace was extremely sturdy. It was almost impossible for them to break it unless they had a God Emperor's treasure. However, God Emperor treasures were not common. Even Demon Master Kuan Yu did not have a good time after losing his God Emperor treasure, let alone ordinary immortal kings like them. A figure quickly approached Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong glanced at the newcomer. What is it? The newcomer looked at those people carefully and set up an immortal power barrier. Jiang Changkong casually set up one and said, Speak. I am Sun Qing, Sun Li's brother. I have the item to open this place, the newcomer said in a low voice. Jiang Changkong sized him up carefully. He had a young face and was very handsome. Mid-stage Immortal King. 2 Immortal Kings in one sect, not bad indeed. Now he handed the item to him for him to act. What do you want this king to do? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. This place cannot trap them for too long. Later, we will need very strong divine power to open the restriction. We also need to block the immortals here and the immortal formation inside. Sun Qing glanced at the immortals and said in a low voice, After this is done, we will split it equally. Equally, I will get 33%, but you and your brother will get 66%. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, If I snatch it from you, won't I be able to keep it all to myself? You are very strong, brother, and I both admit that, but only I know the method to open it, Sun Qing said in a low voice. I can collect souls. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, 60% to 40%. I will take 60%. That thing recognizes its master. You cannot subdue it just by knowing the method. I will take care of the rest. Their resources will also belong to me. You just need to open the restriction and wait to collect the goods. How about that? All right. You are really confident in your strength. Sun Qing laughed bitterly, divine power surging from his body. When brother comes out, we will act immediately. Jiang Changkong nodded slightly. Sun Li's move was not bad. He tricked the other peak immortal kings so that they could open the restriction and be one step ahead. Of course, he could be simpler and just kill them directly. After waiting patiently for 15 minutes, a violent shockwave swept over, directly sending the immortals outside the spatial tunnel flying. Sun Li was in a sorry state as he directly charged into the wolf's mouth. Let's go. Jiang Changkong grabbed Sun Qing, turned into a stream of light, and followed in. Sun Qing took out a damaged purple-gold red gourd. It was covered in profound patterns. The gourd opened and 3 colored flames spewed out, burning the entire immortal formation. Kaboom! The entire immortal formation was shaking. Sun Li hurriedly acted to suppress the green light. Boundless chaos surged around Jiang Changkong, suppressing the immortal formation. The purple-gold-red gourd spewed out Samadhi divine fire, causing the entire wolf-shaped building to shake. Samadhi divine fire, it's their doing. Furious shouts spread out. The immortals all charged towards the wolf's mouth, only to see a golden barrier sealing it. Sun Li's body shone with golden immortal light as he laughed coldly. You guys should just rest. Damn it, Sun Li, you have offended all 4 factions at the same time. Even if you get the treasures, you won't be able to live. The immortals roared furiously. Divine light smashed down, but it could not shake the barrier. Sun Li did not care at all. I have offended them more than once or twice. When have I ever been afraid? Boom! The wolf-shaped building shook, and the void was torn apart. The purple-gold-red gourd Samadhi divine fire tore open the space. A spatial crack appeared in front of them, and Sun Qing directly entered. Sun Li and Jiang Changkong hurriedly entered. Inside the spatial rift was a dim passageway. The growth process of an immortal was engraved on it. Kuewood Wolf. This person had once fought with Heaven's equal, but was sent back to the heavenly court. In the end, he was punished to cook for Elder Supreme Lord. This person really had some history with Elder Supreme Lord. Your purple-gold-red gourd is not bad, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Sun Qing said, it was left behind by the Kuewood Wolf. Unfortunately, it is damaged and a fake. Celestial Emperor-level treasure? Jiang Changkong asked. When it was complete, it barely reached Celestial Emperor level. Now that it is damaged, it can only be considered a top Celestial King divine artifact. Sun Qing felt a little regretful. If this divine artifact could be repaired, it would be a true killing weapon. But now, with their foundation, it was impossible to repair and Celestial Emperor-level treasure. What other functions does it have now? Jiang Changkong was very interested. Chapter 6:27. The purple-gold-red gourd, even if it was a fake and broken one, was still a rare treasure. Of course, Jiang Changkong was only interested. It wasn't to the point where he absolutely had to have it. A top-tier, 6th-grade treasure probably wouldn't be able to withstand his divine power. Sun Qing had a hint of wariness on his face as he said, those below the Immortal Emperor realm won't last more than 15 minutes after being sucked into the gourd. Jiang Changkong prays, this is really a good treasure. You wanted to take it out earlier to help, right? Sun Qing did not say anything. Of course, he wanted to take it out to help, but he wasn't strong enough to unleash its full power. Otherwise, he would have been able to save himself without Sun Li's help. Deity King Jiang, you'd better not think about it. This thing has already recognized its master. It won't choose its master easily, Sun Li said. This was to tell Jiang Changkong that even if he killed Sun Qing, he wouldn't be able to control the treasure. You think too much. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, this king is only somewhat interested. This king has heard of the legend of the purplish gold, red calabash. Only then did the 2 brothers heave a sigh of relief, but they were still on guard. Jiang Changkong looked at the murals on the passageway and said with a sigh, "A mere Kuei woodwolf is actually at the limits of the immortal king realm. It truly surprises this king." In the ancient era's immortal god ruins that he had encountered and understood, none of the ancient era's immortals seemed to be weak. As for the heavenly god of justice, there wasn't much to say. Back then, the heavenly god of justice was below the two gods and above all gods. Not to mention Qi Tianshan, he was also a ferocious man. Zhu Beiji, that pig, had extraordinary strength. The moon god was even more terrifying. It was just a clone, and he did not even have the courage to face the moon god. Now that he saw the image left behind by the Kuei woodwolf, he realized that this guy was also at the peak of the immortal king realm. The ancient immortals and gods were already this powerful. That depends on who it is. Sun Li smiled and said, "This person followed the Grand Supreme Elder to burn the fire. It seems like a punishment, but isn't it also a reward?" Jiang Changkong nodded. A casual guidance from the Grand Supreme Elder was enough for the Kuei woodwolf to benefit endlessly. With the help of the Elder Lord, if the Kuei woodwolf couldn't become an immortal emperor, it would be because it was too weak. 3 rays of light shone in front of him. It was the Samadhi divine fire again. Sun Qing tossed the purple golden red gourd into the air and stepped onto the flames. "Come." Jiang Changkong and Sun Li got on the gourd, and the gourd moved through the flames. "They're there." Furious roars could be heard as the godly kings came to the front of the flame world, but they stopped in their tracks. The Samadhi divine fire was not something that ordinary god kings could withstand. "Looks like these fellows have quite a bit of good stuff in their hands. They were able to break through this king's blockade so quickly." Sun Li's tone was filled with envy. The 4 major factions basically controlled 80% of the resources in the immortal world. The remaining 20% was considered a reward for the people of the immortal world. "With your strength, they will definitely welcome you if you join the 4 forces," Jiang Changkong said calmly. "Why didn't deity King Jiang join?" Sun Qing asked. "Who told you that I didn't join?" Jiang Changkong smiled. "I was once the heavenly court's heavenly god of justice." "Once? Heavenly god of justice?" Sun Qing was taken aback. "I haven't been to the immortal world for thousands of years. The heavenly god of justice was born in the last few thousand years?" "Yes," Jiang Changkong answered. "What about now?" Sun Qing frowned. "Immortal king of justice? Or heavenly king of justice?" "Now the ruler of the holy land of the heavenly court," Jiang Changkong said. "The 2. Which side were you on? Heavenly court and heavenly court?" Jiang Changkong looked at the flames and didn't feel bored. So he decided to tell them his story. The 2 couldn't help but say, "You're even more troublesome than us. You escaped the heavenly court's pursuit and even established a divine nation in the heavenly court. What's your story?" Jiang Changkong asked. "Us? We couldn't survive in the heavenly court and were chased up by the heavenly court." Sun Li sighed. "The heavenly court wants to unify the world, so some people can't stand in the way. They don't want to provoke those who are too strong. People like us who don't want to join should get out of the heavenly court's territory. That's how we got here." "How did we get here?" Jiang Changkong asked. "The heavenly court put us here. How else could we get here?" Sun Qing sneered. There were many immortal kings and god kings in the celestial world back then, as well as some ancient immortal emperors and god emperors. Although the heavenly court is strong, they didn't dare to kill us all. They could only choose to exile us. Jiang Changkong was a bit disappointed. He thought there would be another way. When the 4 factions were established, they exiled some dangerous people in order to better control the celestial world. But they didn't have a place to go, so they definitely wouldn't do it. If they wanted to kill them, they could do it, but if they fought to the death, the 4 factions would also suffer heavy losses. In the end, they had no choice but to think of the collapsed celestial world. Although there were countless opportunities here, there were also many dangers. Thus, they were all banished here. Moreover, They couldn't casually step onto the land of the celestial world. They could go up if they wanted to, but they had to pay resources. They also couldn't casually return to the celestial world unless a faction agreed to let them go. At the start, some people went back, but now no one went back, because their previous factions were all gone. They were all taken in by the 4 factions. Those who were unwilling would either be banished together or killed on the spot. Some celestial kings couldn't take it. They first resisted, but they were suppressed. Then some surrendered. Sun Li and his brother were exiled here for thousands of years. They didn't return to the celestial world. What about those celestial emperors and god emperors? Jiang Changkong felt that he had asked for nothing. How could they know? As expected, the 2 shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Roar! Suddenly a roar resounded. A figure glowing with golden light and a fiery aura blocked the way. There are living beings here. Sun Li said in shock. The violent ferocious might and vibrating flames caused the purple gold, red gourd to shake. The ferocious might was so strong that even a peak god king like Sun Li felt troubled. Jiang Changkong was also surprised. This thing is almost at the level of a peak god king. The golden figure finally revealed its true appearance. It was an ape. The ape's eyes shone with golden light. The 3 of them felt a sense of danger at the same time. Sun Li was about to attack when a figure flashed in front of him. Jiang Changkong had already charged out. He blocked the divine light with his chaotic divine power and punched towards the ape. The ape raised its fist in response. It brought with it boundless ferocious might as it faced Jiang Changkong. Dang! It was like a huge bell that deafened the ears. The 2 figures retreated at the same time. The Samadhi divine fire shook violently, causing the purple gold, red gourd to spin. Not bad strength. Jiang Changkong was slightly excited. This ape's physical body and strength weren't much weaker than his. Brother, how about I let you deal with this ape? Sun Qing asked softly. Sun Li frowned. It won't be so easy. Moreover, with the Samadhi divine fire here, I might not be able to take it down. Sun Qing's expression was solemn. He finally understood why Jiang Changkong dared to say that he would take care of the celestial kings of the 4 factions. No wonder this guy could escape from the heavenly court and even get a territory in the god court. Boom! They fought again. The Samadhi divine fire appeared on the ape's body. Jiang Changkong's divine power also increased. The ape was sent flying. The purple gold, red gourd took the opportunity to rush out. Jiang Changkong followed closely. The ape didn't chase after it. It sank into the flames. Chapter 628. That ape just now didn't seem to have any intelligence. Jiang Changkong frowned. It was very abnormal for a monkey at the peak of the godly king realm to not have any intelligence. Sun Li said, and his body is also very strong. We didn't feel much celestial power just now. His skin is like diamond, and he also has the aura of the Samadhi divine fire. It reminds me of heaven's equal. Sun Qing rode on the gourd and said, Legend has it that heaven's equal has an indestructible body that can't be destroyed by lightning or burned by fire. I didn't chase after it, so I couldn't check it out, Jiang Changkong said regretfully. He had the same suspicion too. Was this place trying to create a second heaven's equal? A loud dragon roar sounded. Flames surged, and a 10-meter-tall divine dragon flew out of the flames. The divine dragon's eyes were blood red, and its body was made of diamond. It was similar to the ape from before, and also had a flame aura. However, the divine dragon's ferocity was slightly stronger. Jiang Changkong's expression was solemn. This divine dragon definitely had peak god king battle power. True dragon. The 2 brothers exclaimed. There should only be that little dragon long high, but there was one here. Even though this true dragon was clearly problematic, lacking intelligence, only berserk, it was still a true dragon. The true dragon roared and clawed at the 3 of them. Jiang Changkong leaped up and struck out with his palm. Boom! The chaotic divine power turned into a giant hand and grabbed the true dragon. However, the true dragon rolled and sank into the flames, disappearing. Jiang Changkong returned to the purple gold red gourd and said with a frown, "It can't be that it's scared, right?" "That's possible." Sun Li's mouth twitched. This was something even stronger than the ape from before, but it was afraid. "How strong are you?" "We suspect that you brought an immortal emperor in." "Then let's go." Jiang Changkong sighed in disappointment. He wanted to capture it to study it, but the true dragon was afraid. They continued forward, and another beast appeared. This time it was a phoenix. Jiang Changkong punched and forced the phoenix back. The phoenix roared and clashed head-on with him. However, when he wanted to capture it alive, the phoenix also hid in the flames and disappeared. "Looks like I can't catch anything here." Jiang Changkong gave up on the idea of studying it. Next, he met a Qilin and some other races that he had never seen before. Other than the monkey from before, the rest were almost all at the God King realm. A few hours later, the violet gold red gourd came to a stop. There was a huge stone pillar here, and on the stone pillar were 3 dragon-like chains. The chain was tightly bound, and there was a huge figure on it. "What's that?" The 3 of them looked up at the figure on the stone pillar. His muscles were like that of a horned dragon, and he was chained up, emitting a terrifying aura. Jiang Changkong's heart shook as he sensed something special coming from that huge figure. Wisps of mysterious chaotic currents floated out of the corpse and dissipated into the world of flames. The Samadhi divine fire was still burning the huge figure on the stone pillar. "Immortal King Jiang, can you withstand it if it moves?" Sun Li and his brother's expressions were solemn. The huge figure emitted a ferocious aura, and it was so terrifying that it felt like heaven and earth were pressing down on it. It had far surpassed the God King realm, and it wasn't something that a God King could shake. Jiang Changkong took a deep breath and said, "Let's try." He wasn't confident. The figure in front of him should be like him. Cultivating the Pangu cultivation technique and having a divine body should be similar. Of course, compared to him, this body was still lacking. After all, his mystic cultivation technique and Tao body had just reached the late-stage God King realm. If he could reach the late stage, he was confident that he could suppress this body. The violet gold red gourd stopped here, so this stone pillar must be the destination, Sun Qing said. Jiang Changkong's expression turned serious. "I'll go up and take a look first." After saying that, he leaped up, ignoring the Samadhi divine fire, and stepped onto the stone pillar. Whoosh! The 3 dragon-like chains shook violently, and the huge figure also shook. The Sun brothers' hearts trembled, and they circulated their divine power, preparing to attack at any time. Only then did Jiang Changkong see the huge body clearly. It was like a human with a dragon's head, and there were phoenix wings on its back. In the huge fire pit below, the Samadhi divine fire was roasting the huge body. A stone tablet appeared behind the huge figure, and it couldn't be seen from below. Whoosh! The shaking of the chains became louder and louder, and the huge figure suddenly opened its eyes, which were blood red. Jiang Changkong instantly activated the chaotic golden body, and innate divine patterns shone around. The chaotic aura dissipated from their bodies. Different ferocious auras intertwined in the void. The huge figure stared at him for a moment and then closed its eyes. The chains stopped shaking, and the surface became calm again. Jiang Changkong was a little surprised, but he wasn't afraid and walked toward the stone tablet alone. When he walked past the huge figure, there was no reaction. The stone tablet was engraved with ancient immortal characters. Jiang Changkong suddenly regretted that he didn't learn this from Lu Qingxian. "The 2 immortal kings below should know, right? You can come up." "There's no danger," Jiang Changkong said. The Sun brothers jumped up and put away the violet gold red gourd. "That's good." The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that the corpse would explode. Jiang Changkong pointed to the stone tablet. "Let's see what's engraved here." The two of them hurried forward, and Sun Li's expression immediately changed. This is left by the Grand Supreme Elder. Tell me the details, or pass this immortal character to me. I can't understand it, Jiang Changkong urged. Sun Li thought for a moment and passed the immortal character to him. Jiang Changkong digested the information in the immortal character and was not afraid that Sun Li would give him a fake one. He could record the contents of the stone tablet and go out to find someone to translate it. Sun Li read, "This is the research site of the ancient immortals. Everything here is their experimental product, including this one." In the end, he pointed to the huge figure with a human body and a dragon head. The immortals tried their best, but they couldn't perfectly fuse the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin bloodlines of the three races. They could only barely fuse them, but it was not perfect and not powerful enough. At this point, Sun Li couldn't go on. This was not powerful enough. A bunch of failed experimental products could beat up a peak god king like him. If they really succeeded in their research, how powerful would they be? The Grand Supreme Elder used the Samadhi divine fire and the Tao of alchemy to try to fuse them. In the end, he succeeded, but it wasn't what they wanted. It was still not strong enough and far from the standard. The other research, the revival of the divine artifacts, was also difficult to succeed. Sun Li continued. He suffered a critical blow. Sun Qing continued. Immortal banner, immortal pagoda, demon spear, divine bell, and other divine artifacts. I took a wisp of their origins and tried to evolve them, but they all failed. Read them one by one for me to hear. Upon hearing about the divine artifacts, the immortal title given by the fiend ancestor in Jiang Changkong's body trembled. Immortal banner? Immortal pagoda, demon spear. Done. Jiang Changkong raised his hand. He was already sure. The fiend ancestor had asked him to find the demon spear. In the celestial world, he couldn't sense it at all. He didn't expect to find it here. Did God King Jiang discover anything? The two of them asked. No, these divine artifacts only have a general name. Jiang Changkong said. Sun Qing suddenly said in surprise. A portion of these divine artifacts' origins is left here.